Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
All right, good evening, everybody, council and the public. Today is Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, City Council meeting. Looks like we have a quorum, so let's get this meeting started. Margaret, could you get roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rarey?
Here.
And let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant are absent.
Thank you, Margaret. Before we get into the Pledge of Allegiance, we have a unique situation. This is the first time that it's happened since I've been here. We have a mayor and a vice mayor that will not be able to chair a city council meeting. So I get the pleasure of inviting the council members to have a discussion. And the first rule of business is I do need the council members to select or to nominate someone to chair this meeting, temporarily chairing just for this meeting. And so I'll need a nomination and a second. And with that, I'll turn it over to council for discussion.
I would just like to make a motion to have Councilperson Karen Rarey chair the meeting tonight.
And that is a very, very easy second.
Okay, I've got a first.
We would have had to argue which one of us could nominate Karen for this.
I have a first and a second. Is there any more discussion?
No.
Okay, awesome. So roll call, I'll go down. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Aye.
Okay, with that, Chair and Councilmember Rarey, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, if we could do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And moving on to public comments. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on, whoops, Margaret, do you do that part? You do that part.
I can do that part, absolutely. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentation, informational reports, or on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received no written public comments that were submitted for this item. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll call your name if provided and mute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do have one hand raised. Danny Dorman, I'll go ahead and share the speaker screen. And I'll call on Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
There it is. Great. Good evening and congratulations. We finally have a sane council, even though if it's just for one day. So let me read what I wrote. So in case you, the audience, has missed it, the council agenda item 4 removes the need to give the $250,000 man extra money to his pocket. Thank you, council, for doing the right thing. And by the way, for those who are listening, it's on page 720 of the agenda packet. So in my 3 minutes and less of today's rant, I hate to say demand, but doggone it, asking just doesn't seem to work. A report from staff on how agenda items are prioritized. I'm really tired of staff either burying something in the consent calendar or placing it so far down that most people don't stick around to hear it. Number 2, which is probably more of a rhetorical question, why aren't Joel and Johnny in attendance? Again, it's a rhetorical question because we do still have Zoom. Last I looked, you can zoom in from anywhere. Case in point, that's what you're doing right now. Now, God forbid that it's something, that's a family emergency. It just seems to be a coincidence that agenda item number 4 would have to officially say one way or the other which way they're voting. I think we all know which way they would vote. I had mentioned this to somebody earlier, ironically, about the $250,000 man and his contract. Susanna tried to abstain, but the abstention would have counted as a yes, I believe. And so she did her due diligence and duty and proclaimed, no, we shouldn't keep this contract with this guy. So back to Joel and Johnny. Maybe a future agenda item would be, when you're not in the meeting, to explain why you're not there at the next meeting, because the old dog ate my homework. And the fact is that you, the council, they work for us. And you wouldn't just let an employee just take the day off and not explain why. And this last piece in the 10 seconds I have left, there's not such a demand in this tonight's agenda. It seems like it's soft. It seems like it was done on purpose. Thank you.
Before we move on, if there is staff who might be able to address why the mayor and the vice mayor aren't in, I believe the mayor is out of wireless in an area that doesn't have wireless. But do we know why they're out of attendance?
This is Mickey. Damien, I'll defer to you. Do you have detail on why they are out of attendance today?
No, I don't. They're not at the meeting today. I think Councilmember Rarey is right. I believe the mayor doesn't have Wi-Fi service where he is to be able to participate via Zoom. I do not know about the vice mayor and where he is.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that I really like the council I'm seeing tonight. This looks like the future of Brentwood, not the past. I think I'm almost glad that Joel and Johnny aren't here just so the city can see you guys, and can see you women up there and see what you're doing, and really appreciate the job that you do every other Tuesday. Also, I think the previous caller will be amused to know that agenda item 4 is no longer agenda item 4. It's number 8 on the consent calendar. So that's just a little bit of a humorous thing to me. So anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing this meeting tonight. Go get them, all of you. Thank you.
Councilmember Rarey, did the agenda change?
I just looked at the red agenda, and there's not in the. I don't see it there. I don't see it in the consent calendar.
Okay.
Oh, I'm looking at the interactive page, and there is a number 8, but it may have been moved. I'm not looking at the. I should probably look at the agenda packet. Excuse me if that's not true anymore.
Okay.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rod.
I'm sorry.
Hello, I just clicked on mute, but I wasn't called, so I'm not sure. This is Cynthiana Todor.
Okay, Cynthiana.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As Rod said, I really like this format and I'm looking forward to a meeting well run, to the point, very well researched items to be discussed. And another item that I have on my list is to thank you, Karen Rarey, Jovita Mendoza, and Susanna Meyer for your research and fighting for the residents on the Vineyard Academy's item. We are looking forward to see the results and avoiding the look of trailer park on that empty lot behind the Rock Church. So I want to thank you in the name of my neighbors. And again, we're looking forward to see the project materializing and having a great Christian private school in our neighborhood. Thank you again and have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, with that, we will move on to agenda item A, informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And Councilmember Mendoza, would you like to kick it off?
Sure. I attended the Contra Costa County Planning Commission oil and gas drilling portion of it, initiative call around fundraising for Our Neighborhood Voices. I volunteered at a Mother's Day / vaccine clinic for field workers, and I got my second booster because I'm old enough to do that. A presentation from Gigi Crowder around mental health and the new role of NAMI. Candidates forum for the Contra Costa District Attorney. Attended the Cali call, which is a call for locals electeds around the state of California. And we reviewed the state audit department, the state finance department audit and HCD housing requirements number that we talked about during our housing element update. I had an interagency meeting with the schools, the fire department, and the police department. I actually had a call from residents around Dolphin Park. Someone was putting up jumpies and doing things that are not allowed, so we had to take care of that. Mayor's conference call, which Mayor Bryant did ask for the presentation, and we did ask for a moratorium on tobacco new smoke shops. And I sadly have to say we actually have the worst ordinances around tobacco in Contra Costa County. So I think that's a good first step, but we have more to do. Cal City's roundtable, Cal City's housing committee meeting where I did have a public comment around local control. Had another elected meeting around AB 2011, which is around more building, and it's by right, so the city won't have anything to say. So if you all are not busy, you can go to the Alliance page and look up what's going to be spoken about tomorrow. You can speak up for or against bills, the Heritage High School graduation, and another Cali call. But we went over all of the bills. And again, 3 of them are going to be on calendar tomorrow, and you can call against those and see them on the Alliance for a Better Brentwood page. Thank you.
And Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Went to the Cal Cities Leaders Summit in Sacramento. Scheduled a meeting with Senator Glazer and his chief of staff to go over some league-focused bills related to local control and land use. Facilitated a few meetings, attended the Contra Costa County Planning Commission discussion of the update to the open space and conservation portion of the general plan to include an oil and gas drilling ban. Attended the Cali meeting regarding audit of the state RENA numbers. And I was a guest speaker at the Opportunity Junction Administrative Professionals Program graduation ceremony. Attended the Housing Element Workshop, the League of Cities quarterly meeting for department officers, and the League Officers debrief for the City Leaders Summit to figure out what we liked and didn't like for next year. Attended the Heritage High School graduation and also attended the Liberty High School graduation, and had a meeting with Bruce Mulder to discuss youth services, activities, resources, and gaps in what we have available to youth in East County. Thank you.
Great. And what did I do? Since the last meeting, I also attended the Cal City Leaders Summit. And at the summit, I attended a city's role in modernizing California's behavioral health continuum, planning for the communities tomorrow, the intersection of land use and state climate goals, critical communication skills for city leaders, finding successors, finding future leaders in your city staff, emerging issues and cutting-edge solutions for challenges facing California cities, food for thought, ingredients for a vital downtown in a post-COVID digital world. Build it, they will come, creating an excellent workplace culture. Land use and zoning, who is making the decisions? Stop shooting yourself, strategies for high performers, and attended the Darshana, a glimpse into Hindu civilization event here in Brentwood. Attended a meeting with our city attorney. I attended the John Marsh Historic Trust meeting and the Native Daughters of the Golden West visited the John Marsh House with their statewide grand president from Fort Bragg, and representatives from their Livermore and Modesto parlors were also in attendance, and they learned more about the John Marsh House in the state park. And it's an organization that was for women born in California, and they focus on care preservation of California history. I also was contacted regarding Dolphin Park and went out there and sat waiting for the bounce house to be taken down, which it finally was, and attended the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District Station 55, which will be Station 95 when it's taken over by the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District on July 1st. I attended the Housing Elements Special Workshop, a PAL board meeting, and the Cal City's Public Safety Policy Committee. And at this time, does Acting City Manager Sabota, do you have do you or your staff have updates to share?
The only update is that I erroneously provided the wrong date at the beginning of the meeting. So I had one job and I messed it up. So today's actually June the 14th, not May. So I apologize for that. But other than that, I've got no updates. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, we'll move into agenda item B, consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt consent calendar as is, no polls.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, if we can have roll call.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Wonderful. And on to agenda item C, public hearings. So C1 is under Alexis Morris. If that's continuance of the second reading of ordinance number 1038 of the City Council of the City of Brentwood, amending Title 15 Buildings and Construction, Chapter 15.06 of the Brentwood Municipal Code to adopt by reference to 2019 edition the California Fire Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 9 is amended by the Contra Costa Fire Protection District Ordinance 2019-37, including findings and support amendments to the 2019 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, Part 9, California Fire Code. And this item is a continuation to June 28th of the adoption of the 2019 California Fire Code. And we do have Assistant City Manager Darren Gale, who will make a brief introduction.
Thank you, Councilmember. This item was originally scheduled for this evening for the council meeting for your second reading. However, the paper did not publish the public hearing notice as required, necessitating a continuance of this item to the next regular City Council meeting of June 28th.
Okay, and if you have clarifying questions of staff regarding the continuance, please raise your hand and I will call on you in order for staff to respond. No questions. So if there are no other questions from council, I will now open the public comment period regarding the request to continue. Speakers should limit their comments to the continuation of the hearing and reserve comments regarding the merits of the ordinance until it's heard on June 28th.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I see no hands raised.
Okay. If there are no other speakers, I will close the public comments. Because this was a public hearing, do we need to have a motion?
Councilmember Rarey and members of the City Council. In this instance, no, because the hearing itself will occur at your next meeting. This is just the public comment for the continuance, but that's a good question.
Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, I'll now take a motion on the request to continue.
As detailed in the staff report, I would like to continue this item to the City Council meeting of June 28th, 2022.
And I'll second that.
Okay, and roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Okay, on to item C2, opening and continuation until June 28th, 2022 of a public hearing regarding actions pertaining to the city's landscape and lighting assessment districts, landscape and lighting assessment district number 19-3, landscape and lighting assessment district number 21-1, and citywide park maintenance district 98-1 for fiscal year 2022-23. I understand that tonight we will open and then vote on continuing the public hearing until June 28th, at which point we'll have a full staff presentation. Parks Manager Aaron Wanden will make a brief introduction.
Thank you and good evening, council members. As you know, each fiscal year, the City Council considers the annual approval of the city landscape and lighting assessment districts, the city park maintenance district, and then takes related actions. Procedurally, the council declares its intention to order improvements for these districts and accepts the preliminary engineer's reports, and then sets a public hearing date to which the final action is taken. This year, the City Council set the public hearing on this matter for June 14th. However, the newspaper of record did not publish notice of the meeting when required. So as a legal matter, we have determined that it is thus necessary to continue the public hearing so that the proper notice may be published for the final hearing to be held on June 28th. Given the public notice requirements contained in the California Streets and Highway Codes, it is recommended that the City Council defer the staff presentation on this item until June 28th. That being said, because the resolution of intention sets June 14th as the hearing, staff also recommends that the City Council open the public hearing tonight and take testimony tonight, and then continue the public hearing on June 28th so that proper notice may be published. We have received confirmation from the press that the new notice was inserted on June 10th, so that does meet the requirement of at least 10 days prior to the hearing. So that makes us good to go on the 28th as far as the notice of the hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
If you have clarifying questions of staff, please raise your hand and I will call on you in order for staff to respond. And Councilmember Mendoza.
Our discussion about the items and the amounts, and that's next week, right? And then 2 weeks, not today. Okay, just making
Exactly.
sure.
We'll cover it all on the 28th.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So if there are no other questions from council, I will now open the public hearing.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do see one hand raised, and I'll go ahead and share my screen. Oops. And I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just noticed that LLAD 21-1 is the new Deer Ridge LLAD that's going to be worked on, that's actually being worked on. And so thank you very much to the city for helping us get that started. And we're very pleased to see that going on. And I'm actually kind of glad that this is being continued for 2 weeks, because there's other things that have our attention this time around. And we'll be wanting to go through that pretty carefully before the next meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers under the public hearing tonight? I will now take a motion on the continuance. When we'll conclude this hearing?
As detailed in the staff report, continue the public hearing to the City Council's meeting of June 28th, 2022.
A second. Okay. Council roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Okay. On to agenda item C3, resolution amending the City of Brentwood 2021-22 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees related to the timing of the consumer price index adjustments and revisions to the parks and recreation fees, and finding that proposed amendments do not constitute a project for the purposes of the California Environmental Quality Act. Item C pertains to amending the City of Brentwood 2021-22 cost allocation plan and schedule of fees for parks and recreation. Actor Recreation Manager Ben Kasich will present this item.
We can't hear you, Ben. No. Maybe you can call in on the phone. No.
Do you have headphones you can plug in?
I think he's dialing in. You know, when it gives you the option to, I do that. I have to do that all the time.
This is Mickey. If we're having technical difficulties, Ben, are you there?
Everyone hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for your patience. It actually made me call. It worked earlier this morning and did not work today, unfortunately. And so everyone can hear me and see me. So good evening, City Council members. Tonight, my name is Ben Kasich. I'm an interim recreation manager with the City of Brentwood. Tonight, before you have a public hearing regarding a resolution amending the City of Brentwood 2021-2022 cost allocation plan and schedule of fees related to the timing of consumer price index adjustments and proposed revisions to the parks and recreation fees. Recreation staff review the fees annually to ensure that they meet cost recovery goals and are appropriate and in a competitive local market. Upon review, the staff is recommending a few of the following changes. One, a CIP exemption. So in early June 2022, recreation staff provides all program budget seats to ensure that current fees meet the approved cost recovery goals. In addition, a market analysis is conducted to ensure rates are competitive and in line with local market rates. Since the fees are currently meeting the cost recovery guidelines as set in the Council Administrative Policy 10-5, and budget fiscal policy section 5.8 recreation programs and are market appropriate. Staff recommends the fees be exempt from the CPI increase on July 1, 2022. The second thing is we're requesting or recommending specific fees increases. Due to increases in costs associated with maintaining picnic areas and ball fields, the increased utility costs incurred by field lighting, staff is recommending gradual fee increases in these areas over the next 5 years. For fiscal year 2022-2023, staff recommends a 3% increase in picnic and ball field rental rates and a 20% increase in ball field lighting fees. Recommendation number 3, aligning non-resident fees with policy. While reviewing fees, staff noticed that some of the current non-resident fees were not aligned with the Council Administrative Policy 10-5, Budget and Fiscal Policy Section 5.8 Recreation Programs. The proposed fees for fiscal 2022-2023 include revised non-resident fees consistent with policy. A list of current and proposed recreation program and facility rental fees may be found in Exhibit A in your agenda packet. Also, if you notice in your agenda packet, I did want to point out a few highlights. You'll notice things such as like activities that may be crossed out. For example, jump bunch Saturday classes, cooking around the world, some virtual classes. Some of those programs were actually just reformatted. So the Saturday classes are actually just included in the regular jump bunch sports classes. The cooking around the world classes were actually taught by an instructor that's no longer teaching those classes anymore. And so we're actually exploring potentially doing a request for proposal for an actual cooking instructor to bring those services back to the community. And then some stuff such as like the swim lessons, youth dance, and gymnastics classes were brought from, instead of a 6-week program, they were brought to a per day, and that gives staff more flexibility to offer programs if they're 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks. We don't have to make that adjustment and do more budget sheets. We can operate under that one sheet. And so that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Just a minute. So if you have clarifying questions of staff, please raise your hand. I will call on you in order for staff to respond. And we have Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, thank you. Ben, I'm a little concerned about the 20% raise on the ball field lighting. What drove the 20%? Did we get notification someone that our cost was going up 20%?
Our cost actually went up more than 20%. So during 2020, PG&E increased their fees, and we've increased our usage. And so the fees specifically between 4 and 8 went drastically up. And so the 20% is actually, we're proposing a gradual increase of 20% to catch up to what we're already behind.
So for like, if I'm a team and I want to rent it for a game, what was the cost before and what is it now? What's the impact to the renter?
Give me 1 second. So that fee, I believe, went from $35 an hour to $42 an hour.
Okay. And that's only for nighttime games then? Not day, no light, no electricity during the day. So does it impact the adult leagues more than the kids leagues?
So that actually only affects, it doesn't affect any of our leagues. We're already paying for that cost. That's for outside rentals, such as like pony baseball, impact. That would be those kind of fees.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And that's only the light fee. That's actually not the field rental fee.
Yeah, but it's only if they need it in the evening, not daytime. So it's only for the evening games, I'm assuming. You're not going to need lights during the day. Okay. Thank you.
Correct.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben. My question is about lower income residents having access to scholarships for some of these programs. I just wanted to get a little clarification on that. And I'm curious, if we do have those scholarships for lower income residents of Brentwood, what about people that are living outside of Brentwood that don't necessarily have access to programs but are coming into our city for these programs? Can you offer some feedback on that, please?
Yeah, so we do have our youth activity scholarship application. And so what that does is they can fill out this application, and basically the eligibility guidelines are based on the Contra Costa County affordable housing income limits. And you have to be a Brentwood resident. It's $125 per person. and then $125 per person, and that can cover the full price of any activity they would like to participate. But that is only for Brentwood residents.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. So if there are no other questions from the council, I will now open the public hearing.
I received no public comments, written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I see no hands raised.
Okay. Since there are no speakers, I will need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Council roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Is there any council discussion? If there are no other questions or comments, well, wait, I didn't see, I'm sorry. There's Councilmember Mendoza.
I just want to say thanks to Park and Rec. I know this is a lot of work to do all the detailed accounting and allocation. So I appreciate all the work that you do in this. But as a resident, I appreciate you keeping the cost low when you're able to do so. So I know that some things are going up, but those are outside of our hands, like electricity. And I do appreciate the daily passes. As a mom with kids, sometimes you don't want to go 5 days a week. And so you'd rather just pay for the 4 days a week. So thank you so much for taking into account the feedback that you got from residents and all the hard work.
Are there any other questions or comments by council? All right. With that, I'll now take a motion on the resolution.
As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution amending City of Brentwood 2021-22 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees for revisions to parks and recreation fees.
And I will second that.
Council roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to agenda D, business items, and D1, receive information regarding services provided by Contra Costa County Animal Services, and consider the adoption of a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a city-county animal service agreement with a fiscal year 2022-23 cost of $526,000.
I think we lost Councilmember
Did we
Rarey.
lose? Yeah, she's gone.
No, she's, excuse me, I'm sorry. I think she is
Oh, there she is.
the,
Yeah, I just all of a sudden got a thing that joined back up as a panelist. Okay, so Captain Doug Silva will introduce this item and Contra Costa Animal Services Director Beth Ward for a presentation.
Test 1 2, test 1 2. All right. Good evening, Honorable Chairperson Rarey, council members, city staff, and members of the community who are zoomed in. In response to a prior council request to receive information on animal services in our city, I invited the Director of Contra Costa County Animal Services to provide us with a presentation. Beth Ward has been the director for the past 7 years with almost 30 years of Bay Area animal services experience. Director Ward is a Brentwood resident committed to providing the best, most efficient services possible to protect the public and the animals in our community. There's a lot more to animal services than many may realize when it comes to relationships between our patrol officers and animal services staff, oftentimes collaborating on criminal investigations and even tactical operations. Historically, the city and especially your police department have enjoyed a healthy professional working relationship with Director Ward and her personnel. So please join me in welcoming Contra Costa County Animal Services Director, Beth Ward.
Thank you, Captain Silva. Excuse me. And so if it's okay with you, I'd like to start to share my screen. Oops, sorry, my apologies. I started in the middle. There we go. So again, thank you, Captain Silva. I appreciate the introduction and kind words. Mayor, council members, city staff, and Brentwood residents. My name is Beth Ward, and I'm the Director of Contra Costa Animal Services. I appreciate the opportunity to present information around our animal service agreement this evening. I'd like our city partners in Brentwood to know that it is our goal of mine and my department to support you and your community residents with a service that is effective, efficient, and financially sustainable while being rooted in belonging, mutuality, equity, and justice. So I'd like to kind of start our presentation by sharing with you an agency snapshot. This is a document that we've created for the city of Brentwood so that you can share it on your website. You could have it printed out in the city hall, staff could hand it out, or we could distribute it in any manner in which you would like it to be done. As Captain Silva mentioned, our agency is much more than just the law enforcement unit that many people relate for animal services. We have our Martinez shelter. It's about a 38,000 square foot facility built back in 2005 that is a place to where all the animals in Contra Costa County come to for care while they're waiting either to be reunited with families and or reunited with new families. Our law enforcement unit is the animal control officers that most people relate to field services, and they are out in force throughout our county. They cover the entire county, and we're here to be able to make sure that you have the service that you need when you need it. Where our animal care unit provides daily animal care for dogs, cats, rabbits, geese, horses, goats, you name it, it pretty much comes into us. And then we also have a veterinary team that provides the medical care for those animals if they come into us sick, injured, and or needing any kind of medical care until they can be reunited. And then our administrative unit is the staff that are answering the calls when people call in. And we partner with the Contra Costa Sheriff's Department for our dispatching services, which is managed through our admin unit. And our volunteer unit is not to say, but definitely not least. They are very core to the work that we do and be able to provide for the mental stimulation and love and care for the animals while they're waiting to be reunited. The back part of this flyer, it shows the actual services that we provide, the compassion in action, and we have a list of our public safety services and our community service that have a wide range of services that many people don't realize that not only are we out there picking up stray dogs, but we're also quarantining dangerous animals. We're doing investigations on noise issues or animal cruelty, dangerous animals, as I mentioned before. And then we also provide a lot of community services looking for pet adoptions, lost pets. We have a public low-cost spay and neuter clinic. We do work with community cat folks to help get them spayed and neutered, taken care of in our community. And then, of course, our volunteer program. On this flyer, we also thought it would be helpful for, we received feedback from citizens that they'd like to know what does it cost for them to be able to have services in their city. And so this little square off to the side actually shows for this fiscal year 21-22, is $6.79 per capita. And during COVID, we actually put a lot of things online. So it's really easy for residents to get assistance. It's just one click away. They are able to start an adoption process. They can report lost pets. They can do noise ordinances and report deceased animals. And then on back here, we have a little QR code that helps them to see our very cute adoptable animals. So our top activities in Brentwood, of course, for 2021, it was the investigation activities, which is bite investigations and inhumane investigations. Those had increased in Brentwood in 2021 as compared to 2020. Stray animals actually decreased a little bit. And some of that is because we have some really good networking in the city of Brentwood with Nextdoor, and also our police department is very kind, and they'll respond to a stray animal, and the person looking for their pet will be right around the corner, and they'll be able to get it from them before we get out there to them. And then we also have our deceased animal activities, and the good news is that has decreased slightly in 2021 compared to 2020. So going through our agreement, I wanted to, I appreciate the staff report and the recommendations around the service agreement. But I want to take a minute and try to provide you with an additional summary. So the history with the agreements between the county and the cities goes back to the 1980s. And it has been a very strong, steadfast support between the county and our 18 cities since the early 80s. And our last agreement actually was codified, in 2006, and there hasn't been an agreement since then. And as such, it's been a little bit on the archaic side. The original agreement is about a page and a quarter long. And really, if you've looked at it, all it says is that we will uphold all state and local animal-related laws, and we'll do it the same way that we did it in 2005. In discussing with our city managers, police chiefs, hearing from our residents, no one knew what that meant. What does that mean? Are we doing a good job? Are we doing a bad job? How do we define what the services are that we have? So over the last 5 to 6 years, we sat down with our city managers, police chiefs, city staff, and we also got feedback from the public through surveys and also from our interactions with the public out in the field. And we found that we needed a much more detailed agreement so that it would actually kind of define what we do and show that it's not just about the animal control officers in the field. So this agreement reflects all of that feedback, and it is going to serve as a foundation for us to build into the next generation of animal services for Contra Costa County. And the key also is that it is sustainable. Our prior agreement was not sustainable. Our organization, it was interesting listening to the Parks and Rec Department talk about a cost recovery plan. Our fee plan prior to this was not a cost recovery plan. It was just an increase on the CPI. And from 2008 to 2015, there were no increases between our cities to the county to be able to pay for services. What ended up happening is that we ended up having jobs that as they vacated, we were not able to fill them because we didn't have the funding. And as such, we started to see that our services and our service levels start to slip. And this is why we've worked together with our city managers and city police chiefs to be able to rectify that situation. And that's why we bring you the updated agreement that has much greater detail regarding our service levels. It talks about all the different specific areas of the agreement under our areas of operation. Can it be more detailed? Sure. I'm sure you've heard that there's agreements out there that are 145 pages long. The County of San Mateo, a good friend of mine runs that. They've gone whole hog into it. And the reason is because they've had a history of challenges, and they've built upon that over the years. I used to be there back in the 1990s. And so we wanted to say, okay, this is a foundation. This is our specific services that are provided. We wanted to also say, these are some target response times for each of the activities, because in the past, who's to say that we were doing a good job or not? We couldn't tell you because we didn't know. We weren't measuring those things. Now we measure our response time, so we know what the priority 1 response time is for our officers to get to the city of Brentwood. We look at those things and we can try to manage our department better to provide you a better service. Defining what is covered under deceased animals. Deceased animals is not a mandated service by the state of California or by our local ordinances. However, it's a very, very important service that we provide to your citizens. I'm sure you've heard a lot of people asking about deceased animal pickups. That in our past agreement actually didn't exist. But we've codified that under this agreement. We've also described services which are not included. I am sure some of you have heard about the whale that washed up in the city of Richmond on the beaches. The it's an animal, but unfortunately it's not an animal that we can help with. It's a marine animal. There's a lot of laws that are around that, and we don't have a boat service that would be able to pull an animal out off of a beach. So that is something that we cannot do. So we're making sure that we're being very clear what we can do and what we can't do. And we're also looking at doing a annual meeting with our cities to say, how are things going? What do you need? How are things going in the animal welfare world? What's changing? And then be able to have discussions around that. We've never had that codified before, and this gives us an opportunity to do so. So the agreement fee structure. So a lot of people have asked, the fees are going up, but we're not getting more services. I don't understand that. So it's true and not true. What the fee increases are actually just to cover the cost of our current business of providing these services. As I mentioned before, things have kind of slipped backwards, and we had actually lost a lot of staff. And so what we're trying to do is be able to bring our service level back up to a acceptable level to provide an adequate level of service for each of the cities that we serve. So for this agreement in fiscal year 22-23, our fee will be $7.97 per person residing in the city limits of Brentwood. So the population is determined by the state's E1 report that is published in January of each year. Now, the potentially confusing part is that the E1 report that's published in January of 2022 actually reflects in the state the population of cities in January of 2021. So it's confusing. It's a January of 2022 report, but the population reflects January of 2021. And it goes so on and so forth. And this has been something that has been in effect in our agreements since the 1980s. And so there's no change to that. So, and then for fiscal year 23-24, the fees increased to $9.11 per capita. Now, we've added on top of that and working with the county to be able to start to build out some of our staffing levels so that we can better serve our community, because service levels have slipped a little bit. So the phase one, back when in the 22-23 at the 797, we will also be adding one sergeant to our field service team, which will help us to increase our response times to dangerous animal cases. We're in charge of those things, and also providing improved public support and training for our officers. We also will be adding an additional field utility worker to reduce the response times for the pickup of deceased animals by also allowing us to resume picking up deceased domestic animal pickups on private properties, and just picking up deceased wildlife from private property per the county fee schedules for the homeowner. It will also help to support the animal services truck for deceased animal pickups. And then it will also bring us 2 full-time staff members that are coordinators for the care and the needs of the animals in the shelter. It will help us to enhance our life-saving programs that serve our county residents, such as our pet assistance programs that help assist keeping pets with families, or helping them if they have to rehome them, or helping them with a medical situation if they're having a financial challenge at home. We also are looking at how we can support our transfer partners or our rescue groups. That's what we call our rescue groups in our community, because they're helping us to be able to support animals coming from our shelters and to boost our adoption programs. Then in the phase 2, which starts in that fiscal year 23-24, we will be adding 3 additional field officers to expand our beat coverage and to further decrease our priority 1 response times. That also includes additional vehicles to be able to help them to do their jobs. And then we'll also be bringing in an additional animal care coordinator that will help to look to methods in which we can decrease the length of stay for our impounded animals and to continue focus on pet retention and pet assistance program services. We'll also be bringing in an additional medical supervisor to increase the efficiency on our on-site low-cost spay and neuter and vaccine services for our county residents. The veterinary situation across the state of California is in dire straits. This is not a just unique Contra Costa County issue. There are more veterinarians that are retiring or leaving veterinary services than there are graduating from colleges. And so there's a lot of challenges out there for members of the public in getting adequate care for their animals. So we're looking at ways that we can be able to support those in better ways. So each fee in the phases are estimated using the revised fee methodology, where we're looking at the budgeted cost. It's basically, as the Parks and Rec were talking about it, where it's a cost recovery plan, where the cost, the budgeted cost to provide services throughout the county in that fiscal year, minus the some of the revenues like animal licensing fees, user fees that are projected to be received in that fiscal year, and minus the general fund contribution. And then we divide that by the population by all the cities in which the county provides animal services, and that's how it comes to a per capita basis. Now, some of our cities have been talking about exploring in the future whether we go to away from a per capita basis to a activity basis. And that is something that in this fall we'll be discussing through the public managers associations and through our chiefs. What does that look like? How does that, what effect would that be? Because right now, as I've done the studies, there are some cities that probably 3 out of 18 that could be a benefit to. And then there's other cities, probably 3 out of 18 again, that it could be a detriment to. And the other 12, it really doesn't matter whether it's a per capita or an activity. It's pretty well balanced out, which is a phenomenal thing throughout the years. So each year, the other thing that we've put in here is that we will do a reconciliation report of our actual costs that are incurred by the county to provide services for the preceding year. And we will be able to, if there's cost savings, those cost savings would be through the same formula looked at, and then let's say that it comes to a cost savings of 20 cents per capita. Those 20 cents per capita would be credited back to each city as appropriate the following fiscal year for the services during that fiscal year. We've never done that before as a county. In the past, if there was any savings, which there really wasn't, but if there was, it would have gone just back into the general fund. Again, we're looking at trying to provide you the best, most reasonable, cost-effective services that we can do, as well as being so now I just wanted to touch base because I would assume you all have received some public comment in regards to questions, and I want to just address some of the top concerns that were there, talking about how the agreement's inadequate and doesn't include feedback from the cities. It does. Over the years that I've been here, literally it started in January of 2016. I've met every year with our cities, our city managers, our staff, and we've had surveys out for the members of the public on service levels and what are people looking for. We also provide a service survey for people that are coming into the shelter and what are they looking for and how are we doing on that. So we have taken feedback from the cities on what these services look like. And we're looking to continue to improve upon that as we move forward. This agreement does not include services for injured wildlife. That is correct. It does not. This updated agreement focuses on the services that we are mandated to perform in your city as your animal services provider. An injured wildlife falls under the jurisdiction of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I know that creates some frustrations, but unfortunately that is, we do not have the staffing levels to be able to respond to wildlife calls in an appropriate manner. And we want to, again, provide the best service we can. Instead, what we're doing is we're looking at different ways that we can assist our residents and being able to appropriately respond to wildlife. And we're working with the Lindsay Wildlife Experience, as well as the California State Department of Fish and Wildlife, and being able to develop programs such as been developed in Moraga. It's a wildlife watch program to help them with their coyote issues. So we'll be looking at things like that on a city by city basis on how we can help support cities to be able to deal with wildlife issues. The agreement does not include spay and neuter services, adoption program, pet retention, etc. So it never has. There's never been anything to say that our county would provide those types of services. Those services actually just come out of need, because the animals that come into the shelter, they need that care. They need to have an alternative to leave the shelter alive rather than being euthanized. And so those services have always been supported through the general fund contribution of Contra Costa County. So it is not something that we've ever passed on to our cities. If our cities would like to have that as part of their cost program, we'd be more than happy to discuss that, because we'd love to expand on some of these programs. But it is not something that historically has been done. So at this time, we've continued to leave them out of the agreement. We didn't apply for Measure X funding. That is true. When Measure X funding became available, we reached out to the county administrator's office, and we were advised not to submit a request because our programs did not meet the requirements of the Measure X funding. And then at one point, we were given permission to draft a proposal for Measure X funding. But then once it was created and submitted, it ultimately wasn't able to be permitted to be considered for the Measure X funding. And the city's rates, per capita rates, increases while the county contribution remains stagnant. So the county contribution has fluctuated over the years between $3 million to $5 million. And I wish I could give you an exact answer of why and how those numbers happened over the years. I have no response to that, other than it's based on the need of the department and the ability of the county to be able to support the department in that way. The current commitment from the county has been to maintain it at $4.12 million. However, just in this year, we had a need because we wanted to expand on some of our spay and neuter programs. And so we put across a funding request, and they increased the general fund by $270,000. So the county is willing to adjust. It's just that what they, when I say they, the people that made the comments saw is in some of our earlier proposals through the Finance Committee and also through the Board of Supervisors and to our cities, we did a 5-year projection. And because we didn't have a commitment one way or the other, we maintained in our projection a constant in the general fund number. And that is what created the assumption of people that it would remain stagnant. But we were trying to give a projection of where our challenges lie. And I think our city managers all understood that, our police chiefs, but I think the citizens who had record requests, they didn't quite understand those dynamics. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present to you. And I'd like to open it up to any questions you have. Yes.
Thank you. If you have clarifying, if you have clarifying questions of staff, please raise your hand. I will call on you in order for staff to respond. And with that, I have Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. First of all, is anyone else hearing that feedback that's making it hard to understand? No, just me, huh?
Some of it.
A little bit. Okay. Thank you, Director Ward, for that very thorough presentation. Just a few questions and follow up. One of the questions was about field service officers. Where's their home base and how many are there? How many hours and days are they available specifically to Brentwood, or is it just by call? Can you give me a little bit more information about that, please?
Certainly. So our officers are all based out of Martinez. We don't operate in a manner similar to the sheriff's department where they have the little substations throughout the county. So all of our officers are basically dispatched out of Martinez. And so that's where some of our challenges lie, right? And we have our county divided up into 3 areas. We try to, so we have officers out on the road from 8 a.m. in the morning to 9 p.m. at night, 7 days a week. So those officers are divided up into 3 different beat areas. We try to ensure that we have no less than 5 officers out on the road at any one time. However, you know, with COVID challenges, et cetera, those are different. These are different times. So sometimes that is a challenge. And they're generally assigned by beat. So East County, they may have 2 officers that are out there, Central 2 and West County 2. Because ideally, like I said, 5 is the minimum, but we could have up to probably 7 or 8 at one time when we're fully staffed and we have everybody supposed to be here and all of our positions are filled. However, in the past, so right now, we have about 16 officers, and in the past, we've had up to probably 26 officers. So you can imagine how it's been challenging for us to serve the entire county.
And what about volunteers?
Yeah, so we have volunteers. Our volunteers are mostly operating out of the shelter. However, we do have some programs that reach out into the community. They do humane education programs, or they go out and they might assist somebody that's having, you know, like a senior citizen that's having a challenge with a particular animal or something along those lines. But the majority, I mean, literally like 97% of our volunteers work inside the shelter, working with animals, socializing them, trying to help get them adopted, trying to help get them rescued by rescue groups.
Would it be feasible to recruit more volunteers specific to areas?
Yeah, so we actually are looking at doing that, and that's actually came out of COVID, because what we've found is we have a lot of people throughout the county that are really animal advocates, and they're out there really helping to these animals. We've also had some conversations with our city police chiefs about seeing if we could blend in with their volunteer programs, because as like a community service officers, going out as volunteers and supporting, you know, people having questions about they found a stray dog, or they have a question about licensing or something like that. We could incorporate our trainings into their volunteer program trainings.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that started a conversation right before COVID, and those conversations haven't continued as of yet. But I'm hoping that we do.
Thank you. What is the current wait time for 2 things, deceased animal pickup and also aggressive animal response?
So aggressive animal response, our priority time is 2 hours. And for the city of Brentwood, we're about 88% of the time on time within the 2-hour response time. When we have an aggressive animal, as Captain Sylvia said, really a lot of times it's a 911 call, and our local PDs are responsive on the scenes even before we would even have a chance to get there. But we do try to get out there in a 2-hour window. And then as far as deceased animal pickup, currently it is that we're trying to get out there to animals within a 24-hour period. However, again, with COVID, we've had challenges where we have that staff member or the 2 staff members out that are supposed to be doing, you know, one particular area, because they have to be divided up into the beat areas, and they might be out sick, or they might have, you know, been injured or something along those lines. And so that delays our response time. That's why we're looking at adding that additional staff person in this upcoming fiscal year.
Okay. And then my last question is about the per capita cost. The increase has not been incremental. It's been more about what your costs are, and you just raise it to, I mean, can you explain that a little bit more?
So that's for this fiscal year and next fiscal year. And basically what you could envision those are is basically like they're catch-up years, because we're trying to right the ship. We basically have been, floating along over the years, and our ship had turned basically upside down. And so our service levels were being extremely hamstrung. And so what this does is it gets us to where we have righted the ship again. By fiscal year 23-24, our ship is righted again. And we've also provided staff to firmly create a foundation for building services to our cities. After that, it'll be on a cost, again, very similar to how your rec department was talking about. We look at costs, the increase. We want to keep our costs down as much as possible. Our goal is very similar to what he was explaining. We're looking at market. Our costs are far below what the market is out in the Bay Area. Even at the $9.11, we, meaning Contra Costa County residents, and myself as a city of Brentwood resident, are paying almost 50% less than other cities in our jurisdiction. So an example, the city of Antioch, they do their own animal services. Last year, their budget for animal services only was $2.2 million. That was their cost. And this year, I haven't heard if it's passed yet or not, they're asking to add 4 additional staff persons, which they need desperately. They're way understaffed. But they're adding 4 more staff people, which will add another about $500,000 to $600,000 to that already existing budget. So I know it's hard for the cities to bear, and that's why when we first presented the cost increase to the cities, and our cities shared their concerns with such a big jump in costs, and I understand that. We went back and we talked with the CAO's office, and we came up with a 2-phase plan to get that ship righted back up, right? And then after that, it's on a cost recovery basis. And again, for the first time ever, I can honestly say we have a document and we have a relationship that enables us to talk between our city partners and the county to say, what do you need? How can we do it? Are we doing it well? And how do we grow it? It could be that from this point on, we agree that it stays stagnant. Or it could be that the cities say, oh, we need to do this. But everybody will have a voice at the table, whereas they didn't in the past.
Great, very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ward. I appreciate your presentation. I have a quick question just about the county contribution remains stagnant. It was your last slide. The per capita, so do you calculate per capita by city demand? Is that what I'm hearing? Like it's whatever, or is it across the county?
It's across county. So basically, let's say if you have 100 people and you have 10 cities and each city has 10 people, then each city will pay 10 people's share.
Okay. So then people in the county, that head count is going to pay the same $797 per head count, and then the $911 per head count, correct? In the county?
And all the cities, all of our contracted cities pay the same. This is what is the, as I was told by my predecessor when I came into this is the blessing and the curse, because I have 18 cities and everybody has the same agreement. And that's also a curse because it's really different because I have very unique cities.
Yes.
But that's our goal.
Perfect. I just want to clarify that one when it said county remains their county. I think the slide said county contribution remains stagnant. I'm like, wait, are they staying flat if they're county cities and then we go up? Like, sorry about that. I just misunderstood that.
Well, no, so let me clarify. So when we're talking about the county contribution, that's the general fund contribution from the county. Okay, so the county provides various departments funding through the county to support those departments. Our department is supported by general fund money. And so the assumption by the people that made the comments was that that's going to stay the same. It's going to be stagnant across the board. That's not necessarily true. It will fluctuate, but our discussions with the county is that they will ensure that it maintains at the 4.12, if not above, right? So, and we're not looking, and the county is not looking for reducing the county contribution to make the cities have to pay more. That is not our county. I will say this, you know, again, I've been in this business and I've worked with Santa Clara County, I've worked with San Mateo County. Our county is actually very fair in regards to that, and it hasn't ever put too much onto the cities as far as animal services go. So I think that it's a fair, equitable agreement to move forward. And it gives us a chance to have discussions going in the future, because COVID changed the world.
Yep.
I don't know what 3 years from now is going to look like, and we need to have the ability to have these good conversations.
Great. Well, if you ever need public comment from us when budget time comes up and you're not happy with what you're seeing, let us know. We're happy to go speak it.
I appreciate that very much.
So I think I wanted clarification on that last one. So let's say the town of Discovery Bay or Bay Point, those are all county towns.
Right.
They're not, the county is paying in X amount of dollars, but do their residential areas pay like we do, the $797?
No. So they're all, if they're unincorporated areas, they're all under the general fund contribution.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the general fund contribution covers that cost on a per capita basis, plus about $3 million on top of that.
Okay.
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 So, yeah.
All right. And let me get to all my questions.
Karen, can I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
So then basically they are paying, so it's basically two buckets, the per capita and then plus all the extra. Like if you could divide that, they are paying a per capita just like Brentwood residents are paying, and then you have extra on top of that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you wanted to put it into buckets, yes, you would do.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So in the paperwork that was provided to us with the 2006 Animal Services Agreement, it says under the Animal Housing and Care subsection C, conduct low-cost rabies vaccination clinics. And currently on the website, it states that the low-cost vaccination clinics are held on Wednesday from 12 to 2 p.m. and Thursdays from 10 to 12 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me approximately how many appointments are available to the public during those 4 hours each week?
So it depends on what those animals are getting, but I think you're probably looking about 18 a day, give or take. And that because that's the vaccines, not necessarily animals, but vaccines.
Okay. And so are there appointments that are available during that time, or is it just you're open for those 2 hours and
no, they're done by appointment. We used to do them where it was first come, first serve, and we actually would have fights and arguments in the parking lot. So we went to an appointment basis, and it's actually been working out very, very well.
Okay. And under the new city-county animal services agreement, under medical services, it says that the county animal services will have a minimum of 1 vaccine clinic per month. So since the county animal services currently offers 4 hours a week for vaccinations, or approximately 16 to 20 hours, depending if we have 4 or 5 weeks in a month, how many hours will the single monthly low-cost vaccine clinic be open, and approximately how many appointments will be available to the public?
So the single is actually just a minimum of what is done. So I can almost guarantee you that we will always do above and beyond the minimum. Our goal is to get as many animals vaccinated as we possibly can, as our staffing levels will allow. By state law, we're only required to do it once a month, but we want to try to do it more than that, and that's why we're doing it different. It's kind of taste testing right now, different times of day, trying to see what works best with our members of the public. And also make it accessible. We also have, not going to, but we have also taken out mobile clinics where we bring, actually we did it at the supervisor's office, I don't know, 8 months ago. We did a microchip clinic out there. So we could do vaccine clinics, the same thing. So.
Okay, and also in that 2006 documentation, it states the importance of the county's low-cost spay-neuter clinics were significantly reduced the amount of dogs and cats euthanized in our county. And my understanding is that the county animal services currently does 4 spay and neuter appointments per day, 4 days a week.
We actually have staff that are doing surgeries 5 days a week. We do all the animals that come through the shelter, as well as animals that are being identified as potentially dangerous, or they're being reclaimed by their owners, they're being adopted. All of those animals are being done. We do an average of about 25 surgeries a day. And what you're quoting is on our website as what we are able to provide to a member of the public, up to 4 public surgeries a day. And I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of challenging because you have a certain number of surgeries that can be done in a day within reason, because, and it depends on the mix, because a male cat can take you 2 minutes to do surgery on, 2 to 5 minutes. A female dog in heat, a big, little pit bull, she might take you 45 minutes to do. So it really can fluctuate on what the needs are. So we have animals coming through the back part of the shelter, and then we have the public facing that come in. So we have a competition of need, right? So we have to balance that. So the way we balance that is that we have opened up 4 surgery slots for members of the public at this time. That this is actually will be increasing starting July 1st, or actually after we get the staffing hired after July 1st, to be able to increase those number of surgeries, because we'll be able to increase the number of hours in our surgery day. And the other competition that is actually hindering our public surgeries we're performing up to 8 community cat spays or neuters a day for members of the public that are trapping community cats. And that, unfortunately, is taking up a lion's share of our public surgery slots. So it's, again, we're trying to find this balance between things. And we're only one agency with so many staff and so many hours in a day, and it gets to be a challenge. So our goal is to do as many as we possibly can. I have staff that's their whole reason they get up in the morning, is to get up and go out and spay and neuter as many animals as they can. And we're also partnering with other agencies, like we have contracts with other local vets that we're helping to provide no cost or low cost surgeries to Contra Costa County residents. And we give out about this year will be $150,000 to our nonprofit groups to be able to help them to get animals spayed or neutered out with community veterinarians. Because again, we can't do it all. If we would, if we could, but we can't. So we have to branch it out to our community members to help us to get those animals done.
And would those be the spay neuter resources that you have on your website? Is that what you're talking about?
Some of them are. If you're talking about the nonprofit groups, some of those are listed in resources, and then some are resources that are not funded through us.
Okay.
On the website.
So when you came, probably in 2016, because you that you had just started. Actually, it would have been 2017, just started, and back then I brought up to you the application and how frustrating it was on your application that that to adopt you would have to bring in every member of your household and every pet in your household in order to go through the adoption process.
Yeah.
And you said that that was something you're looking at changing. Has that changed?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. I will say this, that it's still a challenge because we have some people who are supporting adoptions that still feel that there's something they're not feeling good about that person. So they're going to say, hey, how about we see, what does your husband say? Or why don't we see if we could do a meet and greet with your dog? Our policy is not that. And so we try to work with the members of the public to try to find the best match possible. But we also have programs like we can do a foster to adopt. So maybe you don't have all your let's do it as a foster to adopt. Let's see how it goes. Let's try to support, because sometimes people don't really know exactly, if it's going to be a good fit either. And they might feel badly if they adopt and then they have to make a decision to return. So we find alternatives for them. But yes, it is much different than it was back in 2017.
So, and the last time I went to, and with COVID, I haven't been able to go there, but the last time that I went, I was told that unless I fill out that paperwork that says I'm looking to adopt, that I couldn't even look at the animals. And I got to tell you, I'm the person who, and I've done this twice before, gone in and ended up adopting 2 animals a couple of times.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I went to ARF just to look at an animal without an appointment there. They allowed me to look at it, and I ended up leaving with that dog. So wouldn't it help to allow people to come in and look and fall in love with that puppy dog, looking at them in the eyes, or hold that cat and say, oh my gosh, this one just is exactly what I wanted? Instead of telling them that you can adopt it, but you can't have any interaction with it.
Yeah, no, I think you'd find that things are really a lot different. The philosophy is that you might come and look to visit today, and maybe you're not going to adopt, but it'll set a impact in you to think about adoption for the future. So I don't care whether you adopt today or 5 years from now. I care that you have a good experience, right? I care that you have a fun interaction with an animal or animals that you want to do. I think the challenge that we have compared to ARF is that ARF goes out and they pick and choose the animals that they get to bring into their shelter. So they have animals that are cuter, a lot more visibly adoptable that some people might think of, and they have been behaviorally tested. A lot of our animals that they go through, we have to have a little bit more restrictions because some of our dogs and some of our cats are not necessarily, at that time ready for adoption, and it might be too stressful for them. So we have a slightly different process just because we want to keep the animals happy and healthy, as well as we want to keep the people safe, because we don't want to have an animal have a bite or something like that has a bad negative mark on them. So we do have to have some sort of a different balance than an agency like ARF, but our goal is the same that you mentioned.
Well, but your website says that that while that if you don't have an appointment going in there for a meet and greet, that there'll be no physical interaction prior to adoption.
The reason that is right now due to COVID. So we have a lot of regulations and limitations in regards to interactions with people, and some of our volunteers, which are doing adoptions, are seniors, and we have limitations on what they can and cannot do with members of the public. So I think as things move forward, you'll see those things shift again. But prior to COVID, things had opened up where, we had people coming in, doing reading sessions with animals. We had people just coming and sitting and spending time with them. We do doggy day out adventures even now, where you could come in and you could take Spot out for an adventure. You don't have to adopt them. Just come in and sign up and take them out for an adventure. Take them out to get a puppuccino, take them out to Stinson Beach. let him get his feet wet, you know? So that is a lot different than it ever was before.
Okay. And in the new service agreement, it states the county animal shelter will be open 30 hours a week to residents. Yet only 19 of those hours are available for meet and greets with cats and kittens. And of those same 19 hours, only 12 of them are available for people looking to adopt a dog or puppy. Why such a limitation?
So again, some of that goes back to staffing limitations, for a multitude of reasons. So as an example, an adoption only takes about an hour. Okay, so if our lobby is supposed to close at 5, we can't start an adoption at 4:50, right? So we have to have some sort of limitations to that. We also have, again, we've had to reduce our staff. So we have situations where we may not have adequate staffing to be able to perform the financial closing of an adoption. So we have to monitor that. So we're working to do our best to be able to expand on that and make it where it's a sort of more streamlined process. And so I think you would find that, I mean, most of the people I hear from, I don't hear that they are having a problem getting an animal adopted. It's more like there's just the process is sped up, but there's not an adequate selection is what I hear.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and there's 74 cats and kittens, but only 18 of those are adoptable. And of those, I want to say 2/3 of the kittens are between the ages of 5 and 8 weeks. And the dogs, I think 60 of the dogs were adoptable, with about 5 of them out at foster right now. Let me see. Now, on average, how long do you think it should take to answer the phone in Martinez?
To answer the phone?
Yeah.
I would say it depends on the time of day, but I would say probably within 10 minutes.
Okay, because I got on the phone today to contact down there, and it was a 90-second message before it even allowed me to go to the next step.
Correct.
And then it transferred me to a holding queue when I sat on there for 40 minutes. So
okay.
That was a little frustrating as well. So I don't know if that's something you could look at for increasing, even if you had a volunteer.
Yeah.
The phone.
Yeah.
All right. I think that is all that I have. Thank you for your time. And is there any follow-up questions from council members? Nope. So at this point, if there are no other questions, then I will now open it for public comment.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, with no speakers, I will close public comment. Is there any other council discussion? Councilmember Meyer?
Just wanted to say thank you again for the presentation. I am happy about the reconciliation of service numbers. That's not taking place just yet, right? Like in the application of charges to the next year?
That the first time it'll happen is in fiscal year 22-23, at the end of fiscal year 22.
Okay, great. And then this is just for the public. I would like everyone to think of Stubby the turkey. Given this conversation, it's kind of a good time to mention that we lost Stubby the turkey, the mascot of Station 52 over on Balfour, by Walgreens. And I think a lot of us are going to mourn his passing. I heard that he was hit by a car. Anyway, just thought I'd do that.
That's horrible.
It is horrible.
I every day I drive by him and say hello. I'm so sorry to hear that. Very sorry.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, I'll now take a motion on the resolution.
As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving the city-county animal service agreement.
Second.
All right, with that, council roll call.
Councilmember Rarey,
Yes.
if I may, before the vote, I just want to confirm with the maker of the motion and the second that the agreement in question is the one that was revised and provided to the council last Friday and is amended in the packet.
If it's amended in the packet, then yes.
Yes, and that's what it was. It was the amended one that was given. Just want to confirm that was the case, and I'm seeing nodding heads, so thank you very much.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to D.2, resolution approving the Information Technology Master Plan. And Information Systems Manager Mike Baria will present it.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? And is Scott Sanders from STI also present? Let's make sure. There he is. All right. Well, good evening, council members. My name is Mike Baria. I'm the Chief Information Systems Officer for the city. Tonight, I'd like to present for your approval the city's Information Technology Master Plan. As outlined in the staff report, one of the initiatives identified within the city's 2-year strategic plan with the goal of finding ways to increase operational efficiency through the use of technology was the development of an Information Technology Master Plan, or ITMP. In 2020, staff released an RFP for the development of the ITMP. As a result of the RFP process, staff brought forward a recommendation to council to move forward with SDI presence as the consultant selected to help with the development of the ITMP. Throughout 2021, and with council's approval, various industry professionals from SDI's team met and worked with city staff, collected information, and ultimately developed the city's ITMP. Joining us tonight is Scott Sanders from SDI Presence to give a presentation that briefly outlines SDI's process for the development of the ITMP and highlight some of the key findings and outcomes presented within the ITMP. At the end of Scott's presentation, Scott will provide an opportunity for council to ask questions, and Scott and I will be able to answer your questions at that time. And with that, I will hand it over to Scott.
Good evening, and thank you for the invitation and introduction, Mike. As I mentioned, my name is Scott Sanders. I represent SDI Presence and am the Director of Operations for Northern California. Council, I want to thank you, Carrie, Christine, and Mike for selecting SDI as the city's partner for this project. And for tonight's presentation, we do hope to highlight some of the important findings and recommendations that came out of this process. Of course, the full detail is available in your agenda packet, but we hope to be brief with only about 8 slides. And as Mike said, we'll provide an opportunity for questions at the end. So the real process, the overall goal of the city's IT master plan is to help guide the development and investments needed to proactively manage the technology gap that develops over time. And specifically, the projects that make the best sense for Brentwood in order to make the best use of technology and improve the efficiency of its employees and processes. The IT master plan is designed to address new demand, the industry trends, and citizen services that are requested And the horizon that we look at for a technology master plan is really 3 to 5 years. Now, I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but I do want to highlight that all of the different activities that we undertake as part of this project are really meant to invite and solicit participation from all levels of the organization, whether that's reviewing the council's strategic goals and objectives, the budgets, the priorities, the work that's already in progress. Our methodology is really to solicit input from all of those levels. And part of our approach includes an evaluation of conformance to best practices. And it really helps to establish where the information services team is today and highlight the areas that need additional investment, preparing the city for the future. Now, the results that we see for Brentwood are very common to most of our clients, especially for the first time an IT master plan is developed. I'd like to highlight that the additional investments detailed in the plan as the city implements them over the next few years, you will see significant additional investments additional improvements across all of the dimensions that are measured. On the left side there, you see how we kind of break down whether the environment is frontier, reactive, proactive, or if it's really aligned with the city's overall goals and objectives. And on the right side there, I want to highlight that these results are very typical of our clients as we come in and do the conformance to best practices evaluation. And as I said, as those additional investments are made over time, each of those dimensions will improve. At the very bottom of the right side there, you can see that the city today is very near the average of all of our clients. And while that's the case, I think it's appropriate at this point to highlight that the survey that the city employees and executive team participated in highlighted the fact that over 90% of the employee population is extremely satisfied with the work that Mike and his team are doing. So great job on that. And the full plan, of course, there are almost 40 different recommendations developed across 4 specific areas. And I know that the work to implement those recommendations has already started, in some cases has already completed. But for tonight, here's a list of recommendations that are worth mentioning. I know Mike, Christine, and Carrie will be working the full list of recommendations based on the priorities established by the city's IT governance committee. It's worth noting that these projects are really focused internally towards city operations, focusing on the people, process, and technology initiatives really intended to address efficiency and the technology gap that we mentioned earlier. Now, several of these are already in progress, as I mentioned. Some of them will be starting soon. I know that the post-implementation review, I think that has already started on one solution, and it's going to start with Minute Track and RIMS very soon. Adopting a formal governance approach is also underway. I think Mike has shared that the next meeting is going to be scheduled for July, so it's just right around the corner. And that consensus-driven process is really important, and it's a critical success factor for any organization as it continues to make investments in technology. Developing a formal application portfolio helps establish the city's assets and prepare for their maintenance and eventual replacement in due course. Reorganizing the IS division so that supervisory positions are created and a stronger focus on IT service management can be created. And I believe, there are some changes in the upcoming budget year that help start that process. developing a plan to better share information across all of the applications, help reduce the silos that we see in so many of the city's applications. That's critical. Instead of having to find the one person that has the right answer, better information sharing will make everybody more efficient. Moving to developing and documenting a document management framework and a citywide laserfish implementation. All of those are really meant to drive efficiency and better business operations. Finally, implementing an application training program so that every employee has the knowledge and experience necessary to be efficient with the applications that are in use today. So those are just about 9 of the 40 different recommendations that came out of the process. And this is a bit of an eye chart again. It's really just meant to be representative of the results from the project prioritization workshop that was conducted and facilitated towards the end of the project. It's a bit hard to see here in this format, but all of the details are, of course, included in the IT master plan, which is in your packet. And finally, here's a quick list of upcoming projects. Again, the detail is located starting on page 10 of our report. I think that's page 631 of the agenda packet, so pretty lengthy packet for you all, but the detail is there. And it's worth mentioning that although it has a low cost to implement, I do think a formal approach to IT governance is one of your most critical success factors. No city has unlimited resources, and a consensus-driven approach to governance will help ensure that the IS staff have clear priorities and the funding necessary to accomplish the city's priority projects. Now, both the council chambers audio-visual upgrade and the access control management system upgrade, I know both of those are 2 of the more expensive projects in the plan, and development of a formal cybersecurity and business continuity plans are also underway, but implementation of those plans, once they're created, those will also come with some not insignificant cost. So that's a quick run through. It's been a pleasure to work with the city over the past year or so since we got started. I know Mike has had challenges like every local government organization that we serve as our clients, but I'm really happy that the development of this plan was really driven on a consensus basis with the inclusion of all of the city's executive team. The IS team has been fantastic to work with. Carrie, Christine, Mike, thank you guys very much. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that may come up.
All right, if you have any clarifying questions of staff, please raise your hand. I will call on you in order for staff to respond. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate it. My first question is, one of the most often asked questions from our residents is, when are we going to be back in chambers? So when do we think this project is going to be done?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we received, we did an RFP and selected a contractor for this already. We did designs, and pretty much after the kickoff, about the time we started ordering some of the equipment, we realized that supply chain issues were huge. We were seeing, like 20 week lead times on some equipment. So we're currently estimating late fall when the project will begin. And if we could time it right, I'd like to say that we'd be in council chambers again next year, or by January, but I can't say that for sure. It really depends on when that equipment arrives. And that's a moving target. It's a tough one to nail down right now. And we're seeing it in other projects as well. I would say that it's possible there's a chance we could, depending on COVID, depending on other factors, we could go in sooner. The council chambers are functioning now, but they're not refreshed yet. So there will be a break when we do that construction of the refresh.
Okay, thank you. My next question. I'm on page 636 of the agenda. I PDF'd it a couple days ago, so I hope it's the same page. But I'm looking at stakeholder interviews. One of the things that I think is missing here is residents. Why didn't we include residents, especially when so many things are customer facing? For example, the website. Why didn't we ask them to test anything and to give us their feedback?
Well, thank you, Council Member, for that question. Our normal methodology is really focused internally to the city organization. In the 4 years I've been with SDI, I can't think of a single IT strategic plan that sought public input. Our methodology and approach is really geared towards taking the city council's goals and objectives, aligning them with the work that's already underway, new legislation, new requirements. And so in many, I guess in one respect, we do fold in public interest and public concern because it comes through the city council itself. So you're in.
That was my next question. Like, no one on the city council gave feedback. And we weren't, I was never asked about the website. And I don't know if this is time we talk, I'm disappointed with it. I find it very clunky. So I wish we would have added customers to things that were going to be customer facing. I think that was a big miss on our part, honestly. So I just was wondering if it's just, I guess it's standard practice that we don't. The other thing is when it comes to new projects, and this is development projects, we used to have the one pagers that used to have like the timeline across, and we were told that it would be part of the IT update. I don't see that anywhere. Where does that live, this new timeline that we're going to have for projects? Development projects, whether they're residential or commercial. Because we kept talking about our one pagers and we get, this is even before I was elected. We were told, hold off, it's going to be part of the IT update.
I can't speak to historical way that it might have been handled. But as we mentioned, the IT governance process is really meant to bring all of the stakeholders together within the city, executive team and others to really talk about the initiatives. Those come to the governance committee through either council goals and objectives, the strategic plan, and then ultimately, based on the discussions and decisions made at the governance committee level, those projects are approved and scheduled accordingly. So that's normally the process that we encourage our clients to go through. And
so I guess my question is now that we're sitting here, we've been told time and time again this was going to be part of the IT update. So at what point can we get, do we have to vote on it again? I don't know what we have to do, but that's another big miss because we've been told time and time again that was part of the project.
Councilmember Mendoza,
about it because I was waiting on this.
Councilmember Mendoza, can I just ask a question to clarify?
Yes.
So you're asking for like a website page for all new development projects, like a single page for each project?
And it doesn't even have to be a single page, just like there on the old one pagers, there was the different phases that a project would go through. And then you could click, then you click on it to get the project page and click on it to get different stuff, right?
Okay.
And so we were told that was going to be a page on our new site. So
Okay.
they were going to do away with the one pagers because they were too hard to maintain.
Okay, I will make sure that we get out a response to the council so you have an update, and then maybe even the next council meeting as part of the city manager's update, because I know this is a question that residents have. So thank you. I do not know the status of it, but I will make sure that we get a response to you.
And I would agree with what she has to say because we had these great one page. You click on a thing and it opens up all of just that project. Now we have a PDF or an Excel that it's not really user friendly.
And the Excel, we were told the Excel was an interim until this was up. It was just it's just to fill the gap. It wasn't the permanent. So we were like, okay, we'll take that as a gap filler, but okay. So here's my question about the website. I still think that has a long way to go. An example is if I do the search bar, like for example, GIS map, the GIS map's not coming up. But if I go out to Google and do a search for the GIS map, the GIS map comes up in Google. So there is something going on with the search on the website we need to fix, because I can never find anything directly from the website. The other thing is that, and I've mentioned this to Tim on various occasions, the number one ask from residents was the quick links, and we had the quick links. The quick links that are missing would be like the homeless one, the development one. Now I have to go in like 4 or 5 clicks deep to get the development one. But if we could find a way, and I know you guys have the circles on the front page. I don't know if we can add more circles, you know, the little dots that have agenda. I don't know what we can do, but there's things that our residents really, really want. And again, this is a tool for them. It's not a tool for us necessarily. So let's find a way to add more quick links, I would hope, please. And then if there's any way to do analytics around the visits to the old sites, what were the most visited pages on the old site? I think it's probably, you know, the homeless, the police, the development page. Like if there's anything else that you saw residents clicking on more often, let's make it easy for them. Like, right, things shouldn't, we all know that once you click 2 to 3 times, people fall off and they're like, forget it. I don't want to see it. Oh, the other one is the 24/7. If we could have the 24/7 as a quick link, because people use that. I get a lot of calls about how do I get someone to look at this and how do I get someone to look at that? And they have to, it's a lot of clicks deep. So if we could just put it on the website and say, go to the homepage 24/7. So those were my questions right now. I think we can have discussion later. So thank you, Scott and Michael.
And I've taken note of some of the things that you recommended, and we'll definitely look at those and see if we can get those addressed.
Thanks.
If there are no other questions from council, I will now open it up for public comment.
I'll go ahead and share the speaker screen. I currently have 2 hands raised. I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I'll call on Danny Dorman, followed by Rod. Danny, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I only have 3 minutes, so let me just rattle it off here. It looks like this work is to play catch up, to bring us, I guess, up to some minimum standard. I thought we were also going to talk about forward-thinking things like the Innovation Center and things along those lines. But it looks like you have to build the shell before you can even get into that, unless I'm reading this incorrectly. And the challenge is, if we have to wait for that, if we can't do 2 tracks, we're going to be stuck for a while. I agree with Councilwoman Mendoza. We are stakeholders. I can't speak for any other town, any other city, but we are stakeholders. And even though the council represents us, if I heard correctly, the council wasn't involved. So they either missed the meeting or they weren't invited. In either case, I think personally, stakeholders should include members of the public. I've been doing this for way too many years, and I've seen setups such as this. And this looks like it's going to be a slow starter, slow burner. And in the interim, we're going to have to wait and be placed on hold and possibly lose businesses that are heavily in the realm of IT. And now with this in mind, and I probably get ready to answer my own question, I don't see anything about hardening with this. This basically looks like a patch job. Yeah, you're migrating over to some things, but it still looks more like a patch job instead of true hardening. So is that something that's going to be discussed later on? Was it even considered? When will we see anything net new? Again, it looks like we're trying to bring us up to a standard that we are lagging behind, but life goes on. And if we have to wait, then maybe we need to reconsider the priorities of this master plan. And then lastly, on page, page 647, under benefits, you don't have a check mark on enable the city to approve the alignment of IT direction and priorities with the city's business priorities. Why was that not counted?
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. I want to say first off, I'm really excited to see the AV updates, the new cameras, the new audio, everything. See how that's going to look. So disappointed we're having to wait until fall, but these things happen. But that should be really great when we get back in, because the old cameras are terrible. What's also terrible is the video widget, IQM 2 site. It's difficult to move around in the videos or find a spot or get a timestamp. We've actually taken at the Alliance, we've taken to reposting all the videos of the council meetings on YouTube. We have our own page on YouTube, and we do that just so that we can make it easier for people to find things. YouTube has a feature where you can share a video at a timestamp, so a person, when they click the link, it starts up the video at the point where you want them to see it, which is helpful when you have 3-hour council meetings. The development project pages, that's a sorely missed thing for us in the community that kind of do the planning activism that we've been doing. You might not have seen a lot of hits on those pages, but the people that were looking at them were finding information to go out and share with the community through social media. And so not having that resource makes things more difficult for us. We really used to appreciate that, and we certainly hope we can get it back. The campaign finance widget where you're showing all of the finance forms is terrible. And by terrible, I mean it's difficult to find anything, and when you can find it, you can't share it by a link because everything's a JavaScript, and there is no direct link to any of the documents, which is almost criminal. We should be able to share an interesting campaign finance statement when we find one, and we cannot. We have to download it and share the PDF on social media, which is not good. Other than that, the new website does have a nice look to it. I understand where you're going with it. There's still a lot of discoverability issues. People have trouble finding things. You're hearing a lot of that tonight, and so I would encourage you to keep taking public input, making changes. I did notice that it is possible for people to rapidly update a page if it's not correct. I saw a page earlier tonight that was not correct, and by the time I went back and hit refresh, it was. So that happened pretty quick. So kudos to you there. I know the security stuff. Another caller was mentioning you're not going to see. He's not going to ever see what you're doing behind the scenes, and I know how tough that stuff is. So thank you all for doing all of that, and thank you for doing a good job, and we're looking for great things. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier. Mr. Xavier, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to follow up on the previous comments. This is an active and involved community. We like to keep tabs and stay aware of what the city is doing. And I don't have any specific recommendations. I just want to talk at a high level. We like tools that will help us with transparency in government. That's a big deal for the citizens here in Brentwood. The previous comments about one-page tracking and timestamp sharing videos, it all has that common theme, transparency in government, so that the citizens and residents can be involved and follow along with what is happening. So just want to touch base and say that is very important and add my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Before we move on to council discussion, Mike, is there any comments or response to any of the questions asked by the public?
No, I've made notes of most of them. I know, like, for example, we are live streaming on YouTube as well, or at least been exploring that pretty actively, because IQM2 can be challenging at times. But hopefully, when we go to the new video format, things will improve there. But other than that, I took a lot of notes about the transparency. That was a common theme, and we'll see if I can integrate that into any future updates we do to the website.
Okay, and I did have a follow-up question for you, or a question for you. So I know how fast IT changes. How much in the future are we looking at? Are we doing a catch-up right now, or have we looked to the future and said, we need to do this because this is our destination, and so that we're not constantly having to replace things in order to get to that next place in the future?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, I would say. We wanted to take a look at the way we were doing IT, if that's even a proper phrase, doing IT. We wanted to see how we were conducting ourselves in IT, and whether or not that, one of the struggles that probably any organization sees in IT is finding that balance between helping people from where they're at with what they have, and then also helping them move to new and better and more efficient ways of doing things. Above all of that, you also have security issues that you need to consider. Then you add to that some of the new dynamics like working from home, the technologies that allow you to do those types of things better or not, right? And keeping the network secure. So there's a lot of challenges that we face. And I think, talking to my colleagues in other cities, I think one of the common challenges I hear is, you're always, I think everybody's shown some acknowledgement of this, that the IT departments are a lot of times just trying to play catch up. They're trying to meet the needs of their customers and bring in technology that helps the business conduct their business more efficiently. And it's just a challenge. You want to get out of that reactive mode. I think that's something we've said in my 10 plus years here at the city. I think that's one thing we've always been saying in IT is, how do we get out of reactive mode into proactive mode? And that's what we're trying to do with this master plan. I think that's one of the things that help us do is it, when you look through the plan and you see some of the things that it helps us do, especially the IT governance portion, agility is, I think, a theme that something that we want to be able to say about ourselves, that we are agile, that we can adapt to whatever the environment allows. And I think, or requires. And I think that, you'll see that like in our security, the way we're approaching security, the way we're going to approach business continuity, the way we're approaching cloud computing, a lot of those things, and try to create a foundation that allows us to be more agile to respond to different things. So our new website, it is easier to update than the last one, that's for sure. There are, the buttons like we talked about on the front screen, we can change them at any time. We can change them to whatever you want. It takes minutes. We've got other things that we're also trying to consider when we look at our website, accessibility, transparency. So yeah, there's a number of things that we're trying to do. I don't know if I'm quite answering your question, but I think that from what I hear you ask, I think I even heard one of the public mention something similar is, are we looking forward or are we just trying to play catch up? And we're trying to find the balance between both, but our ultimate goal is to be able to be in a position where we can constantly look forward.
And I'm sorry, maybe it's been said already, but is this a living document where as you proceed in time that things can be added into it, or is this something that, okay, this is what we're doing for the next 5 to 10 or 5 years, and then we're going to redo it again in 5 years?
I think that's a great question. We do want the technology master plan to be a living document that is updated by, every time the governance committee meets and projects are shuffled or new projects are added, completed, taken off the list. They should be, updating that plan. The worst thing is to invest the money and the time that goes into developing a master plan like this and then just, gathering dust on a bookshelf. So that's not anybody's intent. The city has all of the materials, and with the, focus on the governance process and how we kind of build some rigor into, reviewing those projects, the progress, the funding, the priorities, all of that will enable the city to be more agile, like Mike said.
Okay. All right. So, and I forgot to close public comment. And so is there any council discussion at this time? I see Councilmember Mendoza has her hand up.
Yeah, I guess not much discussion because I made the comments and Michael took great notes. But so my question is, I don't know if I feel comfortable adopting the resolution without knowing that because those were really important projects to me, without knowing where those stand. Is this something we can wait on, or do we have to do that tonight? Then Damien, anyone?
There's no requirement the council adopts this tonight. As I understand it, though, the master plan doesn't go into as much detail about, I think a lot of your comments this evening, Councilmember Mendoza, have been about the website in particular. And I don't think it goes into as much detail about the website as it's in there, certainly referenced in there, but I don't know if it goes in that much specificity. So it would seem you can adopt this still, and then staff would move forward with it.
The permit one I think should have its own line, because from what Alexis said, that's a pretty big project. And then the permitting one and the pages, I think the pages is not just the website, the pages is also another big project. So I feel uncomfortable approving it with two big projects not listed and not knowing where those stand. And the other reason I'm saying this is because I'm asking for things that, I was told by someone that they couldn't update any of the buttons on the homepage, but now I'm hearing that we can update the buttons on the homepage. So I think that there's some confusion, and I think we need to get that cleared up before I were to approve a resolution on this one.
That's certainly your prerogative. There's no requirement that you adopt this tonight. As far as I'll ask Mr. Barry, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything, but I don't believe there's any requirement this is adopted tonight.
No. And I think everything else is great. It's just those really concern me, because those are the ones that I would use the most before I was elected and people call me a lot about. So.
And I would just reemphasize Damien's point too, that the plan is fairly general. So when it talks about I want to say general, it's specific in the categories that it's chosen. But when it gets into the weeds of exactly how certain things are being implemented, like the development page you spoke of, those are our goal was to put in a site that allows us to potentially do those things. But whether or not we do those things aren't specifically outlined in the plan. It sounds like you're asking that those be added to the plan.
Yeah, well, not even added, because I've talked about these things to Tim on several occasions. So to me, it's not new. I think to you, it might be new, but I've had these conversations. So
yeah, I think it's more to the point that it's, accepting this plan doesn't mean that those things aren't going to be done or aren't going to be our focus. They would be our focus. The plan is to make sure that we have a website foundationally that allows us to make some of those changes.
Can I break in for a moment, Councilmember, and maybe suggest an agenda item to get an update on these items specifically for the website? Because I was going to bring up a few myself that I've already mentioned and not seeing any activity on. So maybe we approve the resolution and then make an agenda item for.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with approving the resolution tonight.
Okay.
And given that any actions you take tonight will require 3 votes, that pretty much will not move this forward this evening. But certainly staff, I would think, could come back with updates as requested, either on agenda or at least as an off agenda memo to start with on what's going on with that. And then, some of it might not necessarily be appropriate for the plan just because it's in such details that you're looking for, but certainly an update might then give you comfort on being able to move forward and approving the plan. Other areas may be appropriate to put in the plan. Not my area of expertise. I'll leave that to the technology folks, but just trying to give you some options of how you can move forward.
I guess the permit one and the development one are really big. I would think that they would be very clear on where they sit. And I don't see, I see finance, HR, city clerk, parks, public, I don't see anything under community, development, economic development, nothing. So I don't know where those would sit. And from what I remember, those were going to be pretty big projects. So that's my concern. I want to talk to Tim when he gets back and have more discussion on where we missed.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Mine kind of goes back to the callers and their comments about transparency in government and communications and engagement. And one of the things that I get asked about a lot is when certain things are coming to agendas. And so I find myself on a very regular basis sharing with people how to sign up for notifications. And I don't see anything on the page. If you click on the agendas, it goes to the agendas page, but it doesn't talk about notifications and signing up for them. So one of the things that I had asked for that I'm not seeing yet is a button that talks about notifications and newsletter, because I think they can be lumped together. They are lumped together on the bottom where you see subscribe and you add your email address and submit. It doesn't clarify what you're subscribing to. It could be the newsletter. It could be a series of notifications. When you click on that, it actually brings all those things up. So I think we need to be a little bit more clear for the sake of residents understanding, how do I get notified about what I'm interested in? I would like to see a button at the top that talks about notifications and newsletters. And it can be the same button, like I said, if it's, specifically notifications and newsletters. So I think that's kind of important. I would definitely agree about the 24/7, because that's another one I get a lot of calls on myself too. And the how do I used to really like that how do I click down with all of the different things that gets you there a little bit more directly. And then language, when it comes to the accessibility, do we have, and I'm trying to remember, I thought this was something we had discussed, translation ability? And if so, that doesn't appear to be obvious on the main page either.
I think it's down at the bottom, if I remember right.
I'm not seeing it. So, and I think if there is the language translation ability, then it should be in Spanish, of course, so people know what they're clicking on if they only speak Spanish, but I don't see it on here. So just additional notes.
I think it's gone. I think it was there, and it was multiple languages, not just Spanish. Like you could select.
I thought I had seen it. I don't see anything on here now.
And it was multiple languages. Mm-hmm. Accessibility statement? No.
That's what I looked at initially, and it's not on that.
Yeah. So I myself look at this as a high-level document. I was glad while we are users of the website, the end users, or as my husband calls them, in his customers, are the staff who utilize the products in here. So I was glad that they went to staff to determine what their needs are within their departments. I like the idea of finally having SharePoint. I've worked with SharePoint in the past. I think it is a wonderful tool. The DocuSign is another thing that being able to move documents along with the DocuSign is huge. I think maybe I know you don't want to approve this, but maybe we approve this and bring back the website as an agenda item to discuss the things that we want to do to the website that aren't there, or
No, I want to talk to Tim first, because some of these statements are contradictory to what he specifically said to me. So I want to talk to Tim and understand it.
Okay.
Sorry, Michael, it's not you at all. Not you at all. It's not you. Great. I just want to make sure that I understand where my items that I'm asking for live on, because I printed it out and I looked for it. So I just want to understand where they live on here, like what bucket it's in.
Okay. So is there any other council discussion? No. So if there's no other questions or comments, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion that we do not pass a resolution tonight, but that we have follow-up with city manager and move
continue this item.
Yeah, so I'm sorry.
Continue this item.
Continue this item.
Continue this item.
Then a couple of ways to proceed. One would be to see if there was any motion on it. If not, then the matter would not move forward at all. The other would be, as you just suggested, to continue the item to a future meeting for further discussion.
Yes, continue the item to a future meeting for further discussion.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Yes.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Okay, D3, review draft language and maps related to the proposed council-sponsored ballot initiative to protect open space and recreational areas and provide staff with recommendations and directions regarding the proposed ballot initiative. Assistant City Manager Darren Gale will present this item.
Good evening. I'm going to pull up PowerPoint real quick. Great. Thank you, Council Member Rarey and members of the City Council. I'm excited to be before you this evening to talk about the current status of the open space and park protection land use measure. A brief overview. This evening that the items will be going over. Once again, I'll go over the council goals, ballot initiative histories, a little bit about the procedures, where we are today, the work that's been done, the option that we're considering, some staff recommendations, and then go to public comment and council discussion and recommendations. As we've mentioned before, I've gone over this slide the last two city council meetings, but just wanted to make sure the residents understand what the stated goals of this ballot measure was or is. One is to try to protect from future state mandates. We've had discussions about what it can and cannot do. To protect open space and parks, to possibly model it after the Martinez measure, to protect certain closed or the golf courses from future developments. And one of the key goals is to ensure this project is on the November 2022 ballot. Protect properties from future council actions, so require a vote of residents for any type of change to these specific properties, and to hire an outside counsel with environmental and election law experience. This list is in no specific order, but they are the stated goals today. A little bit about land use procedures and the initiative procedures and the history. In the 1970s, these type of measures actually became disfavored after several initiatives establishing growth caps were found to violate state law. However, in 1990, Measure J was enacted, which amended the Napa County General Plan to ensure that designated lands could not be redesignated and made available for more intensive development without a vote of the people. DeVita versus Napa is a landmark Supreme Court decision where they sued on almost each item that was in Measure J, and it basically upheld that. And as a result, since the California Supreme Court decision in DeVita, 3 general categories of general plan land use initiatives have emerged. So first is subsequent voter approval. which would lock in existing general plan policy and land use designations. Second is the urban growth boundary, which that initiative establishes a line beyond which residents of a city are given a vote on whether that city will be able to expand beyond the urban growth boundary. And then the third is the one that the city council is pursuing, which is an overlay initiative. It's an option. It's really a variation of NAPA's Measure J. And this is the option being pursued this evening, and is preferred where the existing general plan is considered insufficient to protect a certain type of uses. This type of initiative proposes an overlay that places additional restrictions on protected lands. So land use initiative procedures, there's three different type of land use initiative procedures. One is where residents or voters sponsored, which would mean that residents draft a measure, they collect enough signatures, they bring that to the city council, and the council places that on the ballot. CEQA applies differently to voter-sponsored initiative and council-sponsored initiatives. So CEQA compliance is not required before a city submits a voter-sponsored initiative to the voters. It's also not required if that same process occurred and then the city council actually adopted that measure versus having to go out for a vote. The third one is a council-sponsored initiative, which is what we're discussing this evening, and that being placed on the ballot, and that is not exempt from CEQA, and it does require, this will require some type of CEQA analysis. I mention this because with the time frame of going to the November 2022 ballot initiative, we need to be very careful to ensure that we don't trigger any type of significant CEQA review. And so a council sponsor review is we have to go through the CEQA process. Some additional background: the state has broad powers to preempt local laws that affect housing, especially in general law cities like Brentwood. That includes the power to preempt land use laws adopted in a ballot initiative. A local ballot initiative will not insulate Brentwood from future state interference if the legislature is determined to preempt a local authority. And as the council members discussed, that is a common theme at the state legislature. In the past year, several courts have struck down portions of ballot initiatives that conflict with SB 330, including Antioch. And those decisions affirm that land use initiatives that effectively downzone parcels without providing for concurrent upzoning face a strong risk of preemption. Finally is additional background related to the Planning Commission. While the Planning Commission is typically the first stop in a city council's approval of amendments to the general plan, per the state planning and zoning law, case law has clarified that voter-sponsored initiatives are not required to follow the same process. Ultimately, in that context, it is the voters who are amending the general plan and not the city council. So this item will not be going before the Planning Commission for review as a result of that, and also due to timing. So a little bit of work to date. As we've mentioned in the past, we did meet with Mr. Floor and community members a couple times. We've hired outside counsel, which we're very happy to have Catherine Engberg with Shute, Millay, and Weinberger. Ms. Engberg is experienced in environmental election law, has worked on a number of ballot measures, and we're lucky to have her and her firm assisting us on this project. And she is here this evening to help the city council and to answer any questions that might come up. And we've also reviewed the citizen drafted measure and came up with some recommendations that we could not make that work based upon the requirement of the November 2022 ballot. We provided three options for the city council, and we've had two council meetings since where the council has provided us direction, where you've taken us to this point where we hope, I shouldn't say we hope, we know that we'll have a robust discussion. So based upon the council's discussion, we are moving forward or discussing a new overlay that would be based upon existing general plan language and designations. We know that we believe that this will, we can perform the CEQA analysis in a timely manner to ensure it's on the November 22nd ballot. And this evening, there's really 4 discussion items. First, overlay concept language. Second is proposed overlay locations. So looking at a map. The third is any type of proposed exceptions. And fourth would be council consideration if you'd like to include a sunset date in the ballot initiative. So I'll start with the first one, which is the overlay language. And what I plan to do is go through all 4 of these items, and then at the end we can, if Councilmember Rarey, if you're okay with this, at that point we could go to questions from the City Council, and I could come back to any of the PowerPoint slides for if we need additional information. But I'm hoping I can just go ahead and go through this whole presentation. Great.
Sounds good.
So staff drafted proposed overlay conceptual language that would be applied to certain parcels in the city with the goal of ensuring continued open space, park, and recreational uses. Staff seeks confirmation on the overlay concept language and direction regarding where the overlay would be applied. So I won't read this word for word, but as you can see, this is the language that we're proposing to be included in an initiative. There's 2 important features of the proposed open space overlay, and they're as follows. First, the overlay would not change the underlying general plan or zoning designations. For example, semi-public facilities would remain semi-public facilities. The overlay would place additional restrictions on any SPF parcels subject to the overlay. So SPF meaning semi-public facilities. These restrictions may only be changed or removed by a vote of the people of Brentwood if the initiative was successful. So while the SPF general plan designation allows for a range of privately owned uses such as daycares and private schools, the overlay would limit that range to recreational facilities. Second, the permanent open space overlay, the open space overlay would not expand the uses permitted by underlying land use designations. For example, staff recommends that the overlay be placed on lands currently designated permanent open space in the general plan. That designation allows very limited uses such as grazing and habitat preservation. The overlay would not upzone these parcels to permit more intensive uses that are currently allowed under the permanent open space general plan designation. So the second item is overlay location. So there are 3 different general plan designations that we're proposing that the overlay would touch. So first is a permanent or a semi-public facility and specifically large parcels that are developed for recreational uses. So the SPF designation applies to areas reserved for privately owned uses that serve the community. These uses include religious assemblies, golf courses, and other privately owned recreational facilities, private schools, and daycare centers. Staff proposes applying the overlay to some or all of the large SPF areas that currently provide valuable community open space and recreational opportunities, such as the 3 golf courses. Second is parks, and we'll be looking for some specific direction on this, whether the overlay should also apply to publicly owned parks. Staff considers public parks to be at a reduced risk of development, both because they are publicly owned and because several state laws, such as the Municipal Park Abandonment Act, restrict the conversion of parkland to other uses. In addition, applying the overlay to public parks could pose operational challenges and lead to some unintended consequences. For example, the community has benefited in the past from engaging in land swaps with other public entities to enable the construction of new public facilities, such as the planned fire station. Depending on the initiative's final language, the overlay could prevent the city from facilitating these kinds of projects that broadly help the community absent a vote of the people. And then finally, a permanent open space, which are already subject to a conservation easement or similar deed restriction. In the unlikely event that a conservation easement was extinguished, this overlay would ensure a vote of the people before any more intensive development could occur. Now, these might be a little bit difficult to see. I do have these in a PDF, when we have discussions, we can kind of draw into these maps. But this is the map of SPF general plan designations of larger parcels that are currently being used for some type of recreational use. And very specifically, these are the three golf courses. Second is the permanent open space general plan designation. So this is all of the land currently with the general plan designation of permanent open space. Again, these are already subject to some type of conservation easement or similar deed restriction. And you can kind of see on the west side of town, we have some, and then also very on the top north, there is some conservation easements also along the north border of the city. Again, I know that's very difficult to see, but I do have a PDF that we can go in and we can look at each one of those specifically. And then finally, parks. We separated the parks into, so these are all the parks. The darker green, or maybe I don't know if we call that an aqua green, but the darker color represents parks that are 10 acres and above, and the lighter green are parks that are less than 10 acres. So the third item to discuss this evening are proposed exceptions. So the overlay would also include exceptions for public facilities, roads, and infrastructure, such as public water, wastewater, storm drain, and water recycling. By calling them out expressly as exceptions, the initiative would clarify that the voter approval is not required to, for example, reroute a sewer line within a parcel subject to the overlay, or extend a roadway or other right-of-way need. The council may wish to provide additional direction regarding any of these exceptions. Also, many of this first bullet item are things that would already be allowed under the current general plan designations. So for roadways, public water, wastewater, storm drain, water recycling. The second would be an exception for public facilities. For example, for a future police station or substation, or some other type of public use like a fire station or school district where we have swapped land. And then finally, we would propose an exception to ensure that the overlay would be tailored to avoid parcels where housing is an allowable use in order to avoid the need to concurrently upzone other parcels pursuant to the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, which is also known as SB 330. And then finally would be voter initiatives often propose a 20 to 40 year sunset, beyond which the council may amend the overlay unless it, where the council could then amend the overlay unless it's extended by the voters. This 20 to 40 year potential sunset date that many communities use is beyond normally the typical planning horizon for a general plan. Whether to include a sunset date is a policy discussion for the city council, and the council could have no sunset date. So it is not required. And then finally, just briefly going over some of our staff recommendations. First, we've provided draft overlay language. Second, we've proposed some overlay locations. So the SPF general plan designation for large properties that provide valuable community open space and recreational opportunities. A second recommendation from staff would be for the parks of 10 or more acres, but the council can include all parks if desired. And then third, under the proposed overlay locations would be including all permanent open space general plan designation properties. The next item is exceptions for public facilities and infrastructure, and a carve out for SB 330. The staff does not have a recommendation as relates to a sunset dates. And then finally, next steps. Our goal is to have a robust discussion this evening with the city council. And then our goal would be to come back to the city council on July 26th with a packet, hopefully ready for full adoption, which then if the city council had any additional last minute changes, that would give us one additional council meeting to a regularly scheduled council meeting to discuss that on August 9th. And as long as we're adopted by August 9th, we can get that to the county in time to meet the November 2022 ballot requirements of getting the information over to the county. So that's my presentation. I'll go back to the items, the discussion items that we're hoping to discuss this evening. And myself, Katie, and Catherine are here and can answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, if you have clarifying questions of staff, please raise your hand. I'll call on you in order for staff to respond. Councilmember Mendoza.
I just have one question. Grant Street has all that green space. That's, I think, East Bay mud, right? You know, where all that grass is that we take care of belongs to them. Am I correct on that? Yeah. So why is that open space not part of this in the overlay?
So if you don't mind, Councilmember, I'm going to look up to see what the general plan designation is of those properties.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. That was it. That's my only question.
You said it's on Grant Street?
Yeah, all down Grant Street is that green strip. And we maintain it, but it's not ours. Very nice little green strip.
So everything that we provided tonight is based upon some existing general plan designations. And so as soon as I find that, I'll find out and let you know what the general plan designation is and
okay,
go from there.
It's listed as an aqueduct.
That's a first for me.
So this is part of the McCallamy Coast Trail also. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's based upon, this is the map that I'm looking at right now. We will go back and look at it. It looks like there's not a specific general plan designation on the property, but we'll continue looking as I'm sure there'll be more questions this evening, and but we'll continue looking. I don't know, Katie, if you have an idea of what the general plan designation is on there.
Good evening, Council. Yes, I'm looking at the same map, and it does just identify it as aqueduct. I would imagine that it's public facility if it's designated in any particular fashion, but it's something we should clarify with our GIS folks so that we have that designation correctly when you do adopt a final map for this. So we've made the note to check into it. Thank you for the question.
Then that could be added as a different, like a color, like aqueduct or whatever, and be included.
So aqueduct isn't a general plan land use designation, so we just need to figure out how it's being shown here and what it's officially designated as. But we've made the note and we'll bring the information back. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Meyer.
I have a lot and I'm trying to figure out the priorities and what happens with public comments and such. So I'm just going to start with a couple, but the decision about 10 acres, and I'm looking at one of the part of the staff report that said applying the overlay to a large number of small parks will make it difficult to administer in the future. Can you explain why that is? Is it a numbers game or?
Catherine, would you like to cover that question?
Yeah, I can address that, and then perhaps if you want to jump in. My understanding from staff is it is primarily a numbers game, just in terms of administering and just tracking the overlay on all of the parks. And so while 10 acres is, somewhat arbitrary, it was intended at getting at, a larger size park that was sort of on par with the size of the golf course parcels as well, which are designated SPF.
And I know part of the concern is for the idea of development on these parcels, and I'm not sure what could be developed on a parcel that's under 10 acres. Is it
eight houses can easily go on an acre.
So if that's the case, if we are at risk of getting 8 houses on 10 acres, that's a pretty sizable development. So
no, that was 1 acre.
No, I'm talking about like 8 times. Yeah. Thank you though. So I am concerned about that, but that maybe that's more for the discussion part of it afterwards. But my first question was, what were the implications of including maybe that number's too high. Maybe we go to a smaller acreage for that designation. Also, what happens if the golf courses were to go bankrupt? What happens to that land? Is it just forever? Like if the, for example, the golf course at Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes, if the current owners came up with an idea that was approved, if you will, by local residents, how then would that be incorporated into the planning for that area?
So specifically to the golf courses, if they went bankrupt or they sold or it changed hands, they would be required to follow this overlay requirement. So, and if they wanted to make any type of change to that, it would require a vote of the residents.
So making it an open space just for walking, like has been discussed, just paths and such, wouldn't be a change.
And I'll just add to that, correct. That would be allowed under the overlay. It could also change from a golf course to a different type of recreational use as allowed under the general plan designation and the overlay as well.
Okay, so I know that there's some concern around that when it would be a citywide vote for a very specific neighborhood, but the fact is we also want to give people the chance to vote on it even within the neighborhood, and that would be a way that could happen. The level of protection for safe harbors for laws already in existence from state legislation. Can you talk about that a little bit, about if there is a degree of a safe harbor protection that we would be getting through this?
Is this in reference to SB 10, perhaps?
No. I mean, it's more like thinking about, for example, what Martinez has done, or what Napa did before the laws have changed. Like the safe harbor part of that. Once the legislation changes, if this is in place before the legislation changes, a level of protection would we actually have? I know it is not. If state can come in and do whatever they're going to do, I believe there's a certain level of protection, and I'm looking for clarification on that.
Sure. And I'm going to answer this question in two parts because, and I think as we discussed in previous council meetings, the primary benefit, if you will, of adopting an overlay or locking in general plan designations is to prevent future city councils from changing those. So that's the primary benefit that this council and the community would get, if this measure is approved. As in terms of safe harbor from future legislation, it really depends on what that future legislation is. So I'm going to go back to SB 330 as an example, which was discussed in the staff report, and we talked about it with respect to Martinez and Antioch's measures. SB 330 only affected new local laws that were enacted after January 1st, 2018. So anything before that was grandfathered, if you will, from those changes. So if the legislature were to enact future legislation, generally it's forward-looking, so it would most likely impact only laws that local laws that were enacted after that date. Now, I will say you can't predict what the legislature is going to do, and sometimes it does try to reach back and meddle in local government. So it's certainly not a perfect means of protection by any means. But that is one example. To the legislature is acting prospectively, then anything that the council does currently now, it would potentially get some protection.
Councilmember Meyer, if I can add, since you mentioned Martinez, Martinez did, since SB 330 was passed after the Martinez measure was approved, they did not have to deal with it. However, the city of Antioch's, they did have to deal with it because the measure was enacted and the date of that January 1st of 2018, their measure was adopted after January 1st of 2018. So they had to deal with SB 330 requirements, and it was the reason it was struck down.
And thank you. That's actually, both of you are giving me the clarification I was looking for. And in part, it's to help the public understand why this is something that we're considering so significant and important. because it does offer a measure of support historically. Obviously no guarantees, but historically it has. So are we seeing any kind of litigation planning for Martinez? Are we seeing any action in that area? Does it look like things are going smoothly there? Are you aware of that? I mean, I'm guessing you're following it, but.
So I'm not aware of any litigation. I'm not sure if anyone else on staff, Darren or Katie, have any other insight to share.
So I was just going to say no specific specific litigation. However, there is questions about implementation, and as they're going through their general plan update, that there's possibly people that will be litigating how they're implementing that measure.
Katie, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I was going to say exactly what Darren did. I'm not sure if litigation is in the offing just yet, but there are certainly very vocal concerns about the way in which the city council's direction as to the general plan update is capturing the spirit of Measure I. And so there seems to be some disagreement as to what the intention was and how that's now being played out. But there have been no legal challenges.
Okay. I think the rest I'm just going to wait for discussion. Thank you.
So I do have a clarifying question regarding the golf courses. The PDs currently say what can go there, whether, and I think like in Deer Ridge, it's a golf course. It can have a the golf center as well as I think food and beverages on site, and I think these are all in conjunction with a golf course. I think there was tennis courts and possibly a swim pool. I don't think that Shadow Lakes has all of those items. I think that they've got an event center, a food and beverage area, and the golf pro shop and the golf course. So does that allow for walking in within the area if it's not, because because it originally I think went back to open space, but when it went to the SPF designation, it eliminated the open space.
So a couple things, as you mentioned, all three of the golf courses have different PDs, plan developments, and all three are distinct and different. As it relates to specific issues to maybe future use, where we have kind of proposed projects, I don't know if it'd be appropriate for us at this time to make a determination on what would or would not be allowed on that. I do know that we don't, I wouldn't say we have an official application, but we do have some information that's been submitted by the current owners of the Deer Creek project. Like I said, I'm not comfortable giving, like, specifically saying, oh yeah, that does or that does not work. I don't know, Katie, if you could add to that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that caveat because I think it's an important one. So we want to provide as much information as we can, but we do want to avoid discussing specific hypothetical potential projects. What I can say is that the language of the overlay would be framed in such a way so as to allow the less impactful outdoor recreational uses and not allow more impactful enumerated uses that might be listed in the individual zoning districts for all the different golf courses. So things like golf courses, outdoor tennis, passive parks and walking trails, those types of recreational amenities, but not things that might also be listed as potentially being conditionally permitted within those zones, such as a daycare or whatever else. Catherine, I don't know if you have any further clarification to add on that score.
No, I think that's a good clarification.
Okay.
And if a application is submitted but not complete by the time it goes to election, are they, and let's say the voters approve it, do they still get to finish their application, or does it stopped because it wasn't completed when the voters passed?
I'll take a stab at answering that. So generally, these land use initiatives have exceptions for vested rights. If someone has a vested right, they can proceed, per the date that generally it's the case when their application is complete. So, I guess I would want to look at the facts of the specific, instance to determine whether there was a vested right or not. But as a general rule, vested rights are exempt. Projects without vested rights are not.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. This is kind of in follow-up to the golf course thing again, is the fact that it's their private property that is not accessible to the public. How does that factor into all of these discussions? Like at this point, the general public is not supposed to be walking the trails of the golf courses, for example. So would the general public have the vote for something that is privately owned? I'm not sure if I'm explaining my question well, but I'm just looking for clarification on the private versus public access on this.
So I'll jump in here and just say that for our semi-public facilities, they are generally privately owned facilities that make themselves available to some or all members of the public for things like a round of golf, for example. So yes, we would, with this initiative, be putting in place a structure whereby the electorate would be weighing in on the use of those private properties. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
And then Councilmember Meyer, just to add, since we're required to work under our existing general plan designation language in order to get to the November 2022 ballot, we're not really able to get into like changing, possibly including language. Otherwise, it would require additional CEQA analysis.
I think that's a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up.
So those are all things that can be discussed if the council wants to go that direction, but it would require additional time.
Okay. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing no other questions of staff, I will now open up public comment.
I'll go ahead and share the timer screen. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I should read my... I have 2 written public comments that were received on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments have been made available on the City Council webpage at the site listed on the slide. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Using the Zoom feature, I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And now I'll go ahead and call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. First of all, I want to thank the city for taking this on and for assembling a great legal team. I have a lot of confidence that this thing will be better, stronger in many ways than what we originally proposed to the city. One quick comment, I would like to see all of the parks under the overlay. There's some discussion here tonight about what's allowed and what's not allowed. And just to be clear, and when we say allowed, we mean what requires a vote and what doesn't. Everything is allowed, it's just who makes the decision, right? So when we say not allowed, we really mean requires a vote. It's the voter protected open space. I'd like to know about how this bill can, because I'm not seeing language here, about how the bill can cover future changes and conditions. So the city might annex a property and put a park in it, or the legal environment could change, hopefully, and we're going to do everything we can. Our Neighborhood Voices will pass next year, and all of a sudden SB 330 isn't a consideration anymore. Will this be stronger? Will we be prepared with this bill to be in an environment where there's no SB 330 anymore? So, for instance, where SB 330 might apply, could we add language to place additional properties under the overlay, or could we say these properties are under the overlay, but with severability? So to say that if the state, this is what Measure I said basically, is if the state law says something different, you go with the state law. But then when the state law goes away, you don't go with the state law. And at the same time, just because something is in there that's not consistent with state law, that should be severable from the rest of the document so that that wouldn't apply at that time, but in the future it might. Also for properties like public schools, these things are owned by the school districts and they can kind of do what they want. What I would like to see though is if that school gets sold for any reason. My sister used to live in a converted school that was an apartment in Northampton. If the school gets sold for private development, what happens to the football field? Do they put an apartment building on it? How can we stop that? Can we say that the land that the school is on would fall under the overlay if the school no longer owns it, or it falls under the overlay, but the school has the right to do what they want because the state gives them the right, but the city would not confer that right if it was the city's choice. So I want to make sure all of those things are thought about, not just the current environment, but the future environment that we might see, whether properties are sold, whether they're annexed, whether the state law changes. That's something that I'm very concerned with. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I see no additional hands raised. Oh, I do have an additional hand raised. I'll go ahead and call on Wayne Francis. Mr. Francis, go ahead.
Thank you. A very brief statement. I would like to see, well, first of all, I support this plan and commend everybody who's been involved in bringing it to fruition. As a resident of Deer Ridge, this has been a major concern for a number of years. And the only statement I'd like to make is that I would like to see a sunset period established on this, preferably 40 years. You're talking about anywhere from 20 to 40 years. I think it needs to have teeth to protect the residents and the owners of the surrounding properties. That's all I have to say at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier. Mr. Xavier, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to do a quick comment on one of the emails I read. There seems to be a lot of confusion from the residents about what this covers and what it's going to force to happen. The email from Mr. Booth was concerned about the golf course being run in perpetuity and the city being forced to operate that. I know we're not in the community feedback portion yet, but when we get to that point, maybe some FAQs to address. My understanding from this project is no, that would not happen. There would be no forced golf course operation in perpetuity. That is not what this initiative is directed to. And I think that might clear up some of the confusion in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
All right. Since there's no other speakers, I will close public comment. Is there any council discussion? Council Member Mendoza.
Darren, do you mind putting up the questions we have to answer real quick? And then I'll just go through it on those.
Absolutely.
Overlay concept. I want all of the maps. I know you have it separated, all of them together, the big one, the big shebang one. Is that what your question is when you're asking about the overlay language?
Yeah, one second. Let me
Okay.
pull this up and then I'll.
Sorry, I caught you off guard.
No, you're all good. So first of all, I apologize. I said Deer Creek instead of Deer Ridge also.
Can you put your presentation?
Oh, yep.
Thank you.
Okay. And then did you want the map?
No, it's I have it up here. So I'm looking at the one that is titled Draft Open Space Initiative Options, and it includes the parks less than 10, parks greater than 10, permanent open space, semi-public.
Yes.
So when you're asking this overlay concept language, are you asking which map we want, or
So the first one is the language, and that was the language that lands designated as voter protected open space. Here, let me go to it. This is the language. If you're okay with the items that are included in this, right? So this is the uses that the overlay would allow.
And you're taking care of the future. So any new parks that come up in new development.
So I'll let Catherine and Katie talk about how new parcels would or would not be included, or what that process is, because that's a great question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the map would be included in the ballot measure itself, as directed by council, and all the parcels that are included in the map would be covered by the overlay. To the extent the council wants to add additional parcels to the overlay, 5-10 years from now, it may do so, but it wouldn't actually have the protection or the teeth of that voter approval. So a future council could just, decide 15 years from now, well, actually, I don't really want those parcels in the overlay after all, and can take them out unless they're locked in by vote of the people. So, I've seen this happen, for example, with urban growth boundary initiatives. Maybe there's some desire to tweak the boundaries a little bit. It's in effect for 10, 15 years, and then it goes, it sunsets or is about to sunset, or the council just wants to, the voters wanted to change tweak the lines a little bit. It can go back to the voters for readoption, and that locks in the protections. So there was, some discussion of, well, could we add parks that might be there in the future? Not in any way that would actually have the teeth of taking those new parcels back to the voters.
Okay, so if we have a new development coming up, that's not included unless it's designated here.
Unless it has a current general plan designation of parks, that is correct.
So if voters love this and they think this is like the best thing since sliced bread, they could, like, every 5 years, they could say, we have this whole new inventory of parks. We want to add it and get it protected, but that would be up to them. Like, if they want, like, they could come like they did this time and figure that out.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
if
And
I could
that
jump
happened in
in
Napa a few years back. Voters love, Measure J has been overwhelmingly successful, but it was about to sunset. And so the voters, readopted it pretty overwhelmingly with additional lands and extended sunset date.
Okay. Katie,
and if I could jump in, and just say that is one of the reasons that you may wish to consider a sunset date, is to give this a lifespan and, have voters have the opportunity to come back and assess new development that has occurred since it was first approved. So it may be one thing to consider.
Okay. So I guess, so if I were to answer the questions, we can go through it like that. The number one is the overlay with everything in it. Proposed overlay locations. I would like parks under 10 acres. And the one that pops to mind, well, first of all, if I look at our general plan policy CSF 2-2, it's achieve and maintain a minimum overall citywide ratio of 5 acres per park, per 1,000 residents. If we start excluding parks and smaller parks get taken away, we're never going to meet our general plan goal. Like, we'll fall behind, and that's not, we're known as one of, like, the kid friendliest cities, and I would like to keep it that way. And also, we know with certain, if something were to happen and someone were to take it over, yes, Councilman Rarey is correct. It's 8 houses per acre. However, with SB 9, they now can do the ADU and the junior ADU and subdivide it to 1,200 square feet. So our old zoning, like, it exists, but it's not as strong as it used to be. And on top of that, now they want to do 2-story ADUs. So I would like everything when it comes to the parks, and also because I think that while the fire station was a really good thing, you never know what council is going to be in place and what their priorities are. It might not be a fire station. It might be something else. So I would like all parks. The reason I don't want the exceptions is because there's also discussion at the state level that schools can start building homes on their properties. And I think we need to be able to account for the homes that are coming in, understand what, to the best of our ability, given the state, what we have coming in, and make sure that we have the infrastructure necessary. So I would also like to include the schools, just include it all. And And that keeps us as tight as possible to the current zoning we have, in my opinion. And Sunset, you know, in 40 years, it's going to be a totally different ballgame. I don't see 40 years. I'm fine with 40 years. I'll be 90 and all the whippersnappers can decide if they want to keep doing this like they did in Napa. So 40 years would be fine. And, you know, hopefully people start discussing it way before then.
So Councilmember Mendoza, Katie and I are both keeping notes, and we're going to put this up at the end of the discussion just to make sure. As relates to the concept language, you're okay with it. As relates to the overlay location, you want to include all and include schools.
Yeah, schools, and I can't remember what else you had listed, but all of it. And especially the fire department, because we sold land to a fire department. I mean, and I know there's contracts and such, but let's make sure it's either fire department and admin. Like, let's just, if they give it back to us, it'd be great to give those people back their park, you know.
And then sunset at 40 years, and then no exceptions other than what's already allowed in the general plan as it relates to infrastructure for water, sewer, roads, those type of items?
Yes. Okay. And Grant Street, we're going to research the Grant Street, see if we need to do that. Do the exceptions come to planning or to council, or will the exceptions just go to staff to make the decision?
So in the ballot initiative language, we would include language that specifically defines what type of exceptions or carve-outs would be allowed. And then can I, to follow up, we also talked about an exception for SB 330 to ensure that we're not in conflict with that. Are you okay with that?
Yes, we do not want to break any laws and have HCD Bonta coming after me.
And I see Katie came up.
And if I could ask for some clarification. So with regard to the commentary on schools in particular, state law provides that school boards can override our local zoning and land use regulations by a 4/5 vote of the board. So
private schools.
Yes, and they already have.
Yeah, but not private schools. So do we want to say private schools?
Well, so the areas that we're looking at so we don't have any private schools in parks. We don't have any private schools in permanent open space. And in the semi-public facility areas, the only areas that we're looking at there are the golf courses. So we wouldn't have them in any of those 3 areas. Does that give you some level of comfort?
Yeah, if you believe it's not a risk, then okay, I will trust you on that one. If it's not a risk, you don't see it in the maps, it's good.
We've written it down and we'll follow up on it before we bring this back to you. Okay. But I don't think as a technical matter, it's an area that has the same level of risk as the others that we've discussed tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. Councilmember Meyer.
Not a lot to say because she said a lot of what I was thinking. So thank you for that. I definitely would do the carve out for SB 330. I don't want us to get into trouble. I do wish there was a way to exclude the tiny little pocket park that nobody could build even a tree house in, but for the sake of, I mean, that's not going to be an issue for here anyway. So I think, yeah, absolutely under the 10 acres. And I'm sorry to add to the extra potential work, but hopefully that won't even be an issue. I do think we need to protect those as well. So I would agree with that, agree with the sunset date, agree with the language. There was a discussion at one point about the carve out for public facilities. I don't recall what that was for. Do you have clarification on that?
Yes, so were you asking, Councilmember Meyer? I can answer that question.
Sure, yeah.
So if the city council can include language that would allow a carve out, which would allow swapping or selling of land for some type of public facility. And I'll use an example. Let's assume downtown or here at Civics, here at City Hall at our park, if for some reason the police department wanted to build a new substation, and maybe right here is not a good location, but somewhere on the north side of town, that would not be allowed in a park unless there was a vote of residents to allow that. So
and we're talking about like the Bristow Theater situation. This is not.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Bristow Theater is a great example.
But if we included the exception for those, then they could?
Yes.
Okay.
If you don't include an exception, those would not be allowed. Oh, sorry. It would be allowed by a vote of the residents of Brentwood. So that's the only way it could occur, would be to put it on a ballot.
And Suzanne, Councilmember Meyer, the one that comes to mind to me is City Hall downtown.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I would have voted on that. I would not have voted for that there.
I think a lot of people agree with you on that one. Okay. I definitely want the carve out for SB 330, of course, but I'm looking at my notes and I don't see anything else that I would want to include in the language. I believe I'm okay with the way things are. Thanks.
Quick clarification, council member. You indicated that you would consider a sunset date, but you didn't say what duration. Did you have a particular?
Oh, sorry.
length in mind?
I'm fine with 40 years as well.
Thank you.
So I'm okay with the overlay concept language. The proposed overlay location, I do want all parks included. You know, neighborhood parks were supposed to be about 5 acres. They're now somewhere between 3 and 5 acres. I think there's even a couple out there that are 2.5 acres that are considered a neighborhood park. And then the pocket parks are under that amount. So I would like to see all of them because we're already behind on the amount of parks we need to build for, 5 acres per 1,000 population. Proposed exceptions, public infrastructure, public facilities, police station or substation, and other facilities, public schools and fire. And so I want to make sure that it says public school. As we said, they can do it anyway, and they can do it anyway. Fire, we currently have a fire station planned for Empire. We've got the downtown that's building, that will be built. And then of course it's Station 52. But currently there is a little part designated at Shady Willow, or not Shady Willow, at Sand Creek and by Mary Casey Black. That was at one time thought to be a place for the fire station, but it's not necessarily where the fire district wants it. I don't know that I want to swap out a park place, but if we can swap out that park place for another park place, that's a possibility. And sunset date, I'm leaning towards 20 years only because if something gets annexed in, or if the urban limit line changes for some reason, do we know when the urban limit line sunsets? I think they passed it, I forget when.
I want to say it's 2026, but we can verify that.
So, yeah, if the urban limit line doesn't get revoted in, and developers can build outside of what was our urban limit line because they no longer need voter approval. I don't want to wait 40 years to change that. I want to be able to designate something.
But sorry for breaking in. Could the residents at that point, though, bring it back up? Bring it back in for a vote to do that?
Yes.
I can offer a suggestion. Yeah. So even if the sunset is 40 years, the residents could, in 10 years, do a new overlay initiative to designate additional parcels. Correct.
But they also need to get all the signatures, correct, to do that?
Yes, it was a voter-sponsored measure. They would need to get all the signatures. Alternatively, the council in 10 years could also do another initiative to identify additional lands for the overlay.
Okay, so I just, don't want to confuse voters who think, well, we already have that in place. Why do I need to sign up for another one? It's already in place. And so
we have to educate them that anything incremental, they're going to have to add it in. So whether it's by this sunsetting and then either the council or them doing an initiative or them just adding the incremental portion, they're going to have to do it. They're going, one or the other.
So I'll go with the 40 years then.
So I can't get clear. So you're okay with the police being an exception and the fire being an exception? They can build
in the schools you mentioned, right?
Well, schools.
Well, I mean, obviously.
Anyway, I just wanted to specify only public schools, not private school.
I'm not keen on exceptions for fire and police. I mean, fire already took 5 acres. So I think if we're going to take any more park space from residents, they should get a say. That was a lot of land we gave them. So I don't know. I just feel like we already did them wrong on a few things, and I want them to have a say.
So you're concerned that future council.
Yeah, not us. I'm not worried about
us.
I think we're copacetic, but.
Well, what happens is, let's say we have, let's say over there at, what's the park that's going to be over there off of Village Drive? Is it Windsor Way Park? Let's say we do the building out there, and then a police substation goes in there. I don't know that the zoning or the general plan currently allows for a police substation to go into that building. So then we would have to make a general plan amendment to allow for a police substation to go in there.
That already allows for a building, right? Like that's already been in the plans. So with staff, they are city staff, right?
I think we need to ask legal about that.
So I would be fine if you don't want to include that. You want to make language for that specific park. That would be fine.
I was going to say, Karen, sorry, Councilmember Rarey, are there other areas of concern on this one? Where you could, okay.
Can we carve out just that one in the initiative, Katie and Catherine?
So I will say that carving out a single one sort of gets us into interesting questions of potential spot zoning and other legal theories that we would want to look into.
Okay.
We might be able to talk about some language that would limit the opportunity to exercise this exception. And Catherine and I can discuss that offline and bring that back to you for further discussion in July. And what I'm thinking is, we might have some maximum acreage where that type of exception could be employed, such that, it could be no more than 2 acres, 3 acres, 5 acres, whatever, but still give the city and other public agencies some small amount of flexibility, because if you do go with a 40-year sunset date, Brentwood's changed a lot in the last 4 decades, right? And it's going to change a lot more in the next 4 decades. So is there any flexibility the council wants to consider to accommodate some of that potential change that's coming in future years that we might not be able to anticipate right now? So if you would be so gracious as to let us look into that, we'll bring you more information.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
And I think that's it. I think that's the only point we didn't agree on, right? Councilmember Rarey?
Yeah, absolutely. So do we have any other questions or comments for staff or regarding it at all?
No.
Okay.
Was there any other, I don't believe there was any other question from the public comments that didn't get answered, right? I think you've been really good on top of that. I don't think there was anything else, right?
Councilmember Mendoza?
No, I was going to make a motion when you're ready.
Okay.
Like, no, I think you answered everything that Rod and then, you know, all Wayne and I can't,
Antonio.
We're going to find out for the person who sent the email about bankruptcy. I think we're going to address his concerns and see what happens there.
Council member,
it is private property, so
yeah.
All right, so I will now.
Wait, Katie was gonna say something.
Forgive me. So we have been taking notes while you've all been talking, and Councilmember Mendoza, if you don't mind, I'll put those notes up and you can tell me if we've captured everything correctly, and if we haven't, maybe you'd be so good as to correct us going forward. Is that agreeable?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Council? Okay. Give me 1 second here. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, so the overlay language, you didn't make any changes to what was provided in the staff report for your consideration. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The proposed exceptions, we have existing exceptions as set out in the staff report for things like public facilities, roads, infrastructure, that would accommodate water, wastewater, storm drain. You all seem to be okay with that. I heard 3 yeses as to including an exception for any development that might be required to be accommodated under SB 330. And then you'd like us to look into information on additional public facilities, whether there might be some way to frame that to limit any impact, but still give the city some flexibility to provide for future community needs as the community changes. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we will bring that back. Okay. With regard to the overlay location, this would go over the large semi-public facility areas that are currently developed with recreational uses and/or community open space, i.e. what is shown on the maps attached to your packet today. For parks, you want all sizes of parks included, not just those that are 10 acres or larger. And to be very clear, we're talking here about parks that have a general plan land use designation of park, right? Because we do have some areas of the city that have parks that are part of residential developments that don't have a general plan designation. All permanent open space areas, as shown in the general plan. And then you'd like us to investigate the general plan land use designation for that linear park on Grant Street to see if that might also be included. Is that correct?
For me, yeah.
Okay, and I'm seeing nodding heads from the other 2. And then a sunset date of 40 years.
Yes.
Are we missing anything or have we mischaracterized anything?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. So I would like to make a motion to approve the direction provided to staff per the notes that Katie showed us.
Second.
Council roll call.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Thank you very much, council members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So on to agenda item D.4, resolution approving and authorizing the mayor to execute the 3rd amendment to the January 28, 2020 amended employment agreement between the city of Brentwood and the city manager, Tim Ogden. I do have a question before we move into this. Does this need 4 votes?
No, it does not.
Okay.
3 votes is fine.
Okay. So item D4 pertains to that amendment and the city manager's employment agreement. The Human Resources Director, Sakari Bashirs, will present it.
Good evening, and do a just quick mic check. Everybody can hear me, correct? All right, cool. All right, so good evening, Council Chair Rarey and Council Member Meyer, as well as Council Member Mendoza. The item before you tonight for consideration is the 3rd amendment to the city manager's contract. This is coming before you today specifically because we have 3.25% salary increases coming effective July 1. And if this contract is not amended, then the city manager's current contract would allow for an additional increase to his salary because his salary has to be 5% above the highest paid department director. So what this amendment does is removes that particular provision from the contract. So I will pause there to see if there are any questions.
Do you have a clarifying question for staff? Nope. Okay. So since there are no questions from the council, I will now open for public comment.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
All right, since there are no speakers, I will close public comment. Is there any council discussion?
Nope.
Nope, seeing none. I'll now take a motion on the resolution.
As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving the third amendment to the city manager's employment agreement.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
All right, agenda E, request for future agenda items. If you have a new agenda request and in consideration of a recently approved strategic plan, please raise your hand and I will call on you in order. We have Susanna, Councilmember Meyer.
This is a future agenda item based on conversations that I've had with Bruce Mulder and with the chief about youth services that the city provides, that the school provides, that are available to the region, that nonprofits are providing, and trying to identify some of what these gaps are. And so what I would like to do is discuss creating an ad hoc committee specific to working all of that out, potentially including member of the public, someone from the youth commission, someone from council, someone from the PD and staff, potentially nonprofit. It partially is in response to the discussions about the youth center, because I feel if we start having these discussions now, if we do move forward in trying to apply for Measure X funds, that we're in a stronger place because we're showing that we're being proactive and learning ahead of time what is needed in the area. And also in part because of the mental health issues that we're seeing in our youth, and the fact that we need to just be a little bit more proactive in trying to make sure that that needs are being met and that we can offer the resources that our youth need. So I would like to discuss the idea of having an ad hoc committee. And I think I've covered everything I need to. Everyone's got that clear?
I'm confused on the ask. What exactly are you asking for?
An ad hoc committee.
But what do you want from the ad hoc committee?
I want to find out what exactly is available. And we've got a tentative list started already, but what I want is to have that list actually vetted, not just looking up on a website, but finding out that, yes, this nonprofit is in fact in existence and it is serving, and here's what they offer as far as updates to youth services. So finding out what the gaps are, coming up with some ideas about which nonprofit fills this gap, which school, which city activity, that kind of thing. And like I said, in part to see what we can do to bolster youth services, and in part to potentially be in a better place to apply for Measure X funds.
Okay. So I also have a request. As far as I know, the city council has not had a pay increase since 2012, and whether or not it's just doing an annual CPI pay increase on it or doing a study. That's something I like to pose to the rest of the council. I won't benefit from it because I won't be here for it, but in time, other council members will. So, you know, as some of you know, you spend a whole lot more hours on this than you actually think that you will when you get onto the council. But anyway, that's what I'd like to request as a future agenda item. And any others? All right. So the next one is E2 requested items. Item E2.1 is a future agenda item request from myself and Councilmember Mendoza related to campaign finance limits and reforms. Myself and Councilmember Mendoza would like to explain our request. So this is another one that you know, I brought up to Councilmember Mendoza regarding limiting contributions for campaigns. And I know that other cities do. I think Walnut Creek, I think they started at $100, and they also do a CPI adjustment to the nearest $5. I think they're like at $197, or maybe they're up to $200 by this time. In the last, I think they started in 1994. Was that what it said?
I can't remember. The FPPC has a page with all of the cities.
Yeah, with all, and so that's it, is that the FPPC already has a list of all of the cities and counties that have, or maybe it's just cities that have.
I think it does have something for
the counties and what their limits are. So it wouldn't take a lot of staff time to do it since it's already on the FPPC website. We just download it and provide it and discuss around that. You know, I think it makes it easier for, you're on an even playing field instead of, you know, having somebody with a $20,000 donation, you know, from one person that, and I know that there's a cap of shy of 5,000 now, but still, if we have a limit, then it makes it more on an even playing field for everyone. And I'd also like to look at it that contributions can only be received during the campaign year, because otherwise you can continue to, you know, get one person who would have done that very large donation doing a donation for every year that you're on your council, waiting for your next election time. So that instead of the 400 or 500 or whatever limit we said, now they've got 1,600 or 2,000 from that one person. So Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I think that this has been a topic in the community since, I mean, way before I was elected. We don't understand why in a small town of Brentwood, you know, you would need that much money, you know, to run a campaign. Yeah, I did my husband did a novelty item that was very expensive, but you only do that once. But you should be able to run with smaller donations. And I think the even playing field is important. You know, we're not in this for the money. And I would hope that people would look at substance more than like shiny ads and things like that, you know, so this way everyone has like the same kind of money and we'll all probably do the same kind of thing, you know, lawn signs, flyers, door hangers, like just the basic stuff. And then it becomes more about your messaging versus, you know, how much marketing you're doing and how good you are at the marketing, because funds are going to be limited. So yeah, I'm excited. The amount's going to be interesting. You know, there is a page if anyone wants to see it. The FPPC has one where you can go look at campaign contribution limits, and there's a lot of cities that have it. So yeah, I don't know where we start. That's going to be, I think, where I think a lot of our conversation is going to be, because I think our community wants this, and I've heard it from a lot of people. So I think our conversation is going to go there. So I think we should spend staff time and money on it, you know, but I don't know if do we take public comment now, or what do we do now on this one? Yeah, public comment.
Yes, it'd be appropriate to take the public comment at this time, and then council can discuss after that.
Okay.
All right. So at this time, if there's any anyone who would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand.
There's one hand raised. I'll go ahead and call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yes. Yeah, I'm so thrilled to see this city council come forward with this. I probably am the one person in the community who has really gone out of my way to publicize the fact that the Mayor Bryant took $20,000 from CINO on 2 separate occasions in 2018 and 2020. So for a total of $40,000 for a job that pays it's basically city council gets like $20,000 a year. Not even. It's $900 a month, I believe. So barely 11,000. It makes no sense. It makes no financial sense. It's hard to see where that money was even spent. It's hard to see those donations. It was the contributor had a way to make a last-minute donation, so it wouldn't even show up on the city website until after the election. So it was difficult to find that out. I don't know if it's corrupt or not, but it certainly looks awful to the public that sees that when a developer who has business in front of the city can hand one of the council members who will be making decisions on that application $20,000. It's crazy. So this is an extraordinarily beneficial plan. I would set a limit at 250. I guess 500 would be okay. Under the circumstances that, as Councilmember Rarey mentioned, that it could only be once every election cycle and not once every year. It makes sense. I think everybody in the public can understand this. People see what money does in politics, and we just don't need that here. I wish we could do it nationally for every election, but I'm so proud of the city council bringing this to Brentwood, because it's something for the whole country to look at and be inspired by. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier, and I'll also mention that we didn't receive any written public comments on this item. Antonio, go ahead.
Can you hear me again?
Yes, go ahead.
Just want to chime in and agree. I am 100% behind this idea. Going back to that transparency theme earlier, as well as trust in our elected officials, I think this is an amazing idea. I also like the additional requirement that it only happen during election cycles and not off years. So yes, big fan, 100% agree with it. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment, and council members, if you wish to express comments on the agenda, please raise your hand. I'll call on you in order. Councilmember Meyer.
I figure I'm the only one who hasn't spoken yet. So this is something I heard a lot during my campaign as well, and very much support the idea of. I'm really glad that you both brought this forward. And I hadn't thought about, honestly, the contributions only being accepted during the campaign year, but that makes a lot of sense. The even playing field, all about that. I would 100% support staff time and effort being put into fleshing this out. I think we've heard it from the community for a long time. We've seen the pushback in Brentwood and well beyond, and we are just one small-ish city, and the need for those huge amounts of contributions coming in just doesn't make sense beyond wanting a centerfold in the local newspaper. So I'm all about supporting this. I absolutely have no concerns or doubts at all. Thanks.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah, and someone had said to me, well, a PAC can come in and do anything. I mean, we just saw Soros spend money that the person he put ads for was not part of the ads, right? So a PAC could come in and pay for one of our candidates to do something, but then it's very clear who the PAC is and you can find out who's behind the PAC. So it doesn't mean it's going to take money out of our politics, but it means that it'll be clearer what comes to you and your campaign versus someone else might be super interested in getting someone specifically elected, and it's going to be really, really clear.
So I thought I read in the list that you gave us that there was some that for like the PACs that you could put a limit of $1,000 on them. I think I read that in one of them. And when I mentioned 400, 500, my son's running for Austin City Council in the state of Texas. And Austin, has a $400 limit per person, $800 if you're a couple. So, each person in the couple can contribute their own $400 because it's still $400 per person. But they could make it in one check. Since it's a couple and both their names are on the check. But yeah, I mean, if a city like that could do it at such low limits, I'm not sure why we couldn't. But could we get a motion?
Yes, I will make. Where's my motion? I make a motion for staff to spend time and resources bringing us back, information or how to implement or actually implement it. I think we just want to get it and vote on it, right?
Yeah, and second that one.
I have a first and a second, council members, regarding coming back and spending time, staff resources to come back with something. I'm envisioning coming back that the council would want an ordinance to come back to amend the municipal code provisions related to campaign finance reform that you already have in place. I would also envision having some blank spots in there because I didn't hear some firm consensus on dollar amounts yet, and you want to see what that might look like. Councilmember Rarey, I know you raised the example of your son's campaign in Austin. I note that is a different state, and Texas likely has different rules than California does. So I'd probably want to stick with California examples. I know that the city clerk had provided some information about the different cities, and as you correctly said, the FPPC has sample ordinances on their webpage. So we can certainly look at those to see how we can improve our code and put these provisions in place. And the two things I heard were one, a limit on the dollar amounts to some number, and then two, a limit on when the contributions could be made, once per election cycle, not once per calendar year. And I'll tell you, since I've been in Brentwood, much of our campaign code that we have in place right now was adopted in 2004. And so I've never had occasion to look at those sections because they've just been there and they haven't been changed. So this is an area that I don't have a lot of experience in. I'll probably bring an election attorney on board just to make sure that we do this right, and we get the proper language in there. So that's sort of what I would envision staff doing in this instance. But if you had other ideas or I've missed, or you think you didn't like something I said, please let me know.
Can I put a $500 limit?
500 is fine.
You guys agreeable to that?
And I have a question though. We have an election coming up. Do we want to do an emergency ordinance so that we can have something in place for the next election?
Yes.
I understand that. I'd want to look into that because I'm not sure. I'd want to look into what would qualify as an emergency in this instance versus some of the other items that you've recently brought up where it's very clear that is the case.
How long would it normally take? I'm sorry, Damien, how long would it normally take for this to be pushed through?
Well, the ordinance would need to be drafted and then brought to you for the first reading. and so that's one meeting, and the second meeting would be the second reading, and then it would go into effect 30 days after that. That's the normal election ordinance, or the normal ordinance process. So under that process, it's unlikely it would be able to apply for this current election cycle. It would come into effect for the next election cycle.
So that's why it would be an emergency.
So can we make two motions for one to check to see if we could do an urgency motion or on this, and an urgency on this, and then the second motion is to move forward on the regular schedule.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second both of those.
Well, what maybe
They're very excited.
Clearly, perhaps the motion could be that, have staff spend time and resources looking into a two ordinance process. The first, an urgency ordinance to put something in place quickly, and then at the same time going through the regular ordinance adoption process to put the language in through the regular process.
Yeah, for a cap of $500, and if possible, a cap on packs to 1,000.
Again, and these are areas that this is the part that I do believe we need to do more research on, because I'm not sure some of the limitations on what the council can do related to packs and things of that sort versus individual contributions. From just my brief look at what I've seen, individual contributions, I think there's more leeway there. At least more cities have those in place. I don't think those have been challenged. I'm not as certain about the packs. So we need to look at that, and that will take some time. But we'll move that as quickly as we can, given the other items that staff is working on. Recognizing, that this election cycle will start next month. I believe the campaign filings or the paperwork can be pulled, I want to say July, is it the 14th, Margaret?
July 18th.
July 18th.
Through August 12th.
Okay. So I think, once that nomination period's open, I think it's very difficult for this to be, go into effect for that cycle. So we're looking at, most likely your first meeting in July. I don't think that's going to make the agenda for the last meeting in June.
Okay. So the urgency one is the one that would
be the one that would be taken, and ideally if both would go at the same time. So you can get one in place, the urgency one, and the other one is going in at the same time, if that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there's a motion on the floor, Councilmember Rarey.
Yes.
I'll second that.
All right, so I think you may have made the motion.
Oh, I did. Oh. Whatever Damien said.
No, I
Aaron just split it in two.
And I agree.
I'll confirm that with
my
Margaret,
second.
if I have that correct.
We're very aligned on this one.
And council roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Yes.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant absent.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Hi, the three amigas, as Danny calls us.